All right, Happy New Year, everybody. Um, ugh, that keeps happening. I don't know what's how to fix that. Let me think a second. How do you fix that? I don't know. I know one way to fix it: turn it on and off, but it keeps doing that. All right, see if it doesn't happen again. Um, oh, guess what? I'm sure we didn't survive the last month without somebody out there selling or just getting annoyed with the whole thing. And I don't blame them. Um, just do it this way. This will turn around too. My poor plant is my poor plant is shedding. Um, but we are at 16,980,000 shares. If I turn the computer on and off, this will still be there. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to fix this. I think I think that will do it. Um, I guess I can leave that for later. So anyway, we're at 16,980,000. Look, I'd say there's 10 to 12 people that haven't told me what they have. Many people don't say anything at all. So this isn't exact, of course, but it goes both directions too. So, but I don't put everybody down if I don't trust who they are, or, um, I guess Bill Miko said that he sold half. Turns out he saved himself the I don't know, 25% downturn. That might be shy. Uh, Maybe closer to 30% downturn on part of his position. It'd be great if he got back in, but I took that off, for example. So I think it's a reasonably. This number reflects what you guys have told me. Um, it's the new year, so I think we can leave behind tax loss selling, and we can leave behind the performance uh, window dressing that the shorts have to do both for the quarter, the month, and the year. They may even have to do it weekly. But today's a low volume day. People are on vacation, so the stock is I want to. I guess I'll get a quote for you in a second. I want to try to read a little bit of something to you. But if I go to a quote, I think I'll lose that. So let's do without the quotes for the time being. Um, uh, uh, John, I'll get to this. My real reaction to silver is I was really hopeful with a good guy. I was hopeful to um, build a position in silver. I think he was a little skeptical because the market is so small. But as you know, John, uh, thought at $20, $16, $25, silver was this most slam dunk trade out there. Silver remains the probably other than treating young men and boys at school fairly in the Western world or in the United States. The only thing that hasn't reached highs was silver since 1980. Since 1980, and now it has. It's blown through the $52.50 high it achieved in 1980. There's reasons for it, but what's relevant to your question is that there used to be enormous above ground stockpiles of silver. Um, this, to keep it simple, but also it's just because I haven't really read about it in such a long time, so I'm just relaying what I remember. But I think that the silver stockpiles were created primarily for the Defense Department, the Department of War, as it's now called. And they remained in place after World War I, World War II, and into the Cold War. Maybe there was I don't remember when it ceased being an important item. Maybe something about the Vietnam War or the fact that we don't put any war on television anymore. So there's no protests any longer. I don't know. For some reason, the idea of a strategic reserve of silver fell off the page. From the 80s, other than the gigantic experiment in feminization of all of our institutions over the last 50 years, 45, 50 years, which is an experiment, other than the continued pressing the borders, literally pressing the borders, pressing the edges of anything they can do of a little ungrateful, unpleasant country in the Middle East, attacking all of their neighbors and putting their agenda across, which they've been extraordinarily effective at over the last 50 years. I don't think there's been a bigger trend in general than the financialization of the U.S. economy, the U.S. empire. And once you say empire, I sometimes wonder, are we just a lackey for the city of London, the city? Is Wall Street supreme or is it London? I don't know. I tend to think sometimes it's London because of the ongoing hatred, or you can leave feelings out of it, but Europe and particularly England want war with Russia. And it's just not in the interests of the United States. It makes no sense for the United States to go to war with Russia. But this is a very British Empire thing, I think. And it's also all about collateral. $90 trillion worth or more of resources in Russia, which do not have loans against them, so that those loans can be hypothecated and rehypothecated, and derivatives can be drawn up against them. And this is the same thing. Netanyahu's here trying to get us to go to war against Iran. If you listen to that liar, he's been saying the same thing since he was 24 years old. Everything out of his mouth is a lie, but it has an agenda, and the agenda is Greater Israel. And for the rest of us who sit around, we believe, oh, all they just want to, it was tough, and okay, they can have a country, they'll share it. It's all lies. Their goal, they keep pressing. Very similar to the goals of the banks here as it relates to the destruction of the capital formation ability of our U.S. markets. It's always incremental. It's always lies, always obfuscation, always a little help from a journalist or a regulator or a flimsy, a flimsy attorney. And it just always moves forward and people get distracted. But during the period of the 80s, 90s, the aughts, as I heard someone call it, the 2000s, 2010s, and now the 2020s, what we've done in this country is we no longer produce anything. We cannot even produce our own military equipment. China is building ships at a pace almost, I'm sure it's not the same, but almost like we used to build ships during World War II. China's building those ships today for their Navy, for their fishing fleet that goes and destroys all of the fisheries in the world for their ravenous population. That's something the idea that the world's oceans are treated as a free good, I think somebody should own them. And that would be a very capitalistic thing, I guess. But I think someone should own the oceans, and then they wouldn't be treated as a sewer, and we'd have food for the rest of our time on this planet. But China has, they have a hungry population. Anyway, they're building all that. What are we doing? We can't build ships like that anymore. We don't have hypersonic missiles. We have such a bad uh, capital formation market. We can't even create oil and gas companies and mining companies over the last 20 years that to keep us up to speed, keep us up in the competition with China for strategic resources. We're a bunch of idiots. We're a bunch of idiots. And we're doing it voluntarily. We're giving the strength and the authority of our country over to really weird ideas that, without going into it, are a huge experiment. And we're not ready to fight a war with Russia or China. And when AOC comes in next time with cheating, I pity the fool. My prediction, pain. I pity the fool. So anyway, you asked your question on silver in that context. We turned our economy entirely into Wall Street. It's all Wall Street. Everything is financialized. And that includes your home. That includes the automobile, well, the loans that are bundled to buy your automobiles. Education is beyond expensive. We fight wars on behalf of an ungrateful, prickly, unpleasant country in the Middle East, but it no longer really costs us blood, but man, it costs time, money, goodwill, and we'll keep doing it. Trump will lose the midterms because of our fealty to Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a war criminal and just a criminal in general. But which is going to set up AOC being our next president. Once the House has control of subpoena, good luck getting anything else done. But this, I cannot say that Donald Trump didn't make this choice of giving full vocal support to a genocidal country against the entire world. Germany went to war twice against the world, and now for some reason we think we should be doing that. But anyway, we've squandered time and money in the Middle East, and we've got nothing for it, nothing to show for it. Victoria Nuland and her sister and her husband, Robert Kagan, drive this agenda in the Ukraine, but it's not just the Ukraine. And just for regime change in the Soviet Union, the hardliner who used to dance, apparently, there were pictures when he ran for president that I don't know if he was part of it, but that guy used to dance half unclothed in bubble scenes in bars that, let's just say, weren't exactly designed for men and women. And now he's our Secretary of State, and we're going after Venezuela on drugs. It's collateral. We want our banks or the city's banks, or both. We want Venezuelan oil and resources as collateral in our banking system. We want Iran's oil with regime change and new loans as collateral in our banking system. We want the Soviet Union to break up, have a bunch of tin pot dictators and then we get those assets into our system, and we can carry on the financialization of what once was a proud economy and a proud country, and we can continue to infect our educational system with oddball ideas, which I don't want to get into, because it just, you either see it or you don't. And if you don't see it, you find it offensive. So it's not worth it. But my point is everybody now has a 401k. Everyone has an IRA. Everyone has an online trading account. Everyone knows something a little bit about Fibonacci. Everybody, well, I don't know if anybody remembers Bob Prechter, but everybody's got Elliott wave concepts in their head. They've got trading. They're on their desk. Everyone's tuned in to the need to trade and listen. And anybody can come up and give advice. I guess fair enough, including me. And I don't know how to get out of this. I think it would be irresponsible of me to just stop. But I think I've paid a heavy price in things I wanted to do and I'm good at by staying supportive of Railtown, which I do. I'm not being paid, haven't been promised anything. I think I was promised a hat. I never got a hat. And in fact, it's gone on so long that there's very practical reasons whether or not I think I can continue to bang one drum slowly or rapidly. Bang one drum too soon, I guess. But I've paid a heavy price for it. And I think one of the pressures on me was, when are you going to give up on Railtown? And I couldn't say that I was going to. And then the stock dropped 30% or whatever. Call it 50%. It went from 40 to 25 ultimately on that one day. And I think that came across as if I do not have good judgment, because the question was well timed. The instinct, the experience, the awareness was well timed, and the stock went down. But I continue to believe that in a normal market, which do not exist anymore, the markets are not the way they used to be. But Railtown would not be trading at these prices. And it's been manipulated downward. But the price I pay for that is I come across that I've lost my mind. I have no judgment. Well, we have to, if you're in Railtown to day trade, well, I'm the wrong guy to listen to. If you're in Railtown to have performance within 6 months, I'm the wrong guy to listen to. On the other hand, I really believed every single day, every single week, that could be the last chance to own that stock. I was wrong, but that mixes two aspects of my urgency and the story up. The reason to own Railtown is what the company could be worth. It's the only reason to own it. I don't put a timeline on that. Unfortunately, you can't put a timeline on that. But if, like myself, you agree with me, if you agree with my targets, $5. That's 20x almost from here. $6, 20x, and that's just to start. But I think it got confused, and I made predictions when asked. I did make predictions, but I think it got confused that you had to see that by the end of the year, or by November, or by October, and that's not why I have you guys considering or in Railtown. Not that short-term trade. It's for the $5-6 a share, and frankly, that's 20x from here. I think from 5 or 6, it can do another 10x. But again, as people misquote me, that is a target of mine, $55. But I've emphasized over and over again, the higher your price target and the further out, there's a lot of margin of error. We've got to see information come along. But anyway, everyone wants instantaneous results, and everyone wants huge upside. So do I. I mean, it was fun the first time Finger went up. It was amazing when GTII went up. For example. But to me, all of those are signals of the end of the financialization period. Wall Street has taken capital raising into 2 or 3 channels. There's hedge funds, which many of them used to be part of the banks. Now they're out on their own. And then there's these venture capital firms, and they all scratch each other's back. And the top funds, BlackRock and the rest, they own the media. They control the media. So the information I get, is filtered through this campaign to just get richer and richer on Wall Street. And it's worked. It's amazing. I mean, I went into my old office on Wednesday, and I wondered, why the hell did I ever leave? Anybody can do the job probably, but it's a nice life. So you asked me about silver. I think silver has been subjected to all of the same financial tricks that all assets have been. But what's been odd about silver, and it's true about oil and gas and gold and other real things. But remember, there's a cost to be paid for particularly our schools of higher education, pushing inane theories, and we end up with people who are the majority of these institutions who cannot really see reality. They grew up reading that the knight in shining armor would come, or the unicorn would come, and everything will be fine, and let's make sure everyone's okay, and let's make sure everyone's represented except white males, but everyone else, white straight males, everyone else. Do you ever wonder why there's such a move to tattoos? Anyway, one of the real things that happens in that, you can be offended and say, oh my gosh, that sounds so bad. But one of the very real things that happens, I know it, in oil and gas. And the amount of money that went to oil and gas just collapsed. And it's all held by private equity now. The future of oil and gas, all but private equity. They get the bump, the first 10, 20, 30x. That's what you have right now in front of you with Railtown. You have the bump that private equity would normally claim, or Wall Street would claim for themselves, before you'd ever see the idea. That's what you have in Railtown. It's just by chance. It's accidental. But that's what you have. But in oil and gas now, private equity comes in. There is no capital formation. You get a bunch of your friends together, put up your own money, and then you can go to an over-the-counter investment bank, raise none of that. You have to go into the maw of these criminals. Well, one of the ideas that came out of whatever you want to call this giant experiment, whether it's the blue states or it's liberal or it's other things, I don't want to heat up the conversation. An idea came out, and by the way, it's not just a new idea. Economists have been incorrect. Lucky, in my judgment, lucky, but they've been incorrect too. The reason, John, I got to silver, I always was quite dismissive of the gold bugs and then the silver bugs in my offices. I mean, I still remember a guy named Jerry Needleman. He just loved his gold story, and he and his brother. And that went on, man, that was 25 years ago. Hell, that was 30 years ago. 35 years ago. The 90s. And I always kind of, kept an eye out. I was always interested. But I had that attitude towards Microsoft too at that time. Well, that was stupid because I didn't understand it. But anyway, the idea came out of these institutions, particularly up in Massachusetts, and then the people who get jobs managing money, because we never saw the resource, the power of the resource before. Hey, why not get young? I don't want to go into the issue, but why don't we just put young people in charge of our future and managing? They're now 55, 60% of the students and the faculty at these and let's put them in charge. So here's the idea that got across. Here's the idea, and it's not just they. There's others that help them. But here's the idea that came across. We don't need oil. That was the idea. I literally, years ago, I was drinking. Because I remember and I nearly dropped my drink. But this highly credentialed and well-titled manager of a large fund out of Boston, young, but I was younger too, but not as young as she. She actually told me, and I'm mixing some conversations together, but she actually told me that we won't be using oil by 2035. So we're not interested in, they were more interested in other technologies, not interested. And and this just flabbergasted me. But you saw it in public policy because nobody's willing to be the asshole and say, you know what, this is crazy. Everyone gets funded, and it works to the benefit of the banks and the financialization because the government starts putting massive amounts of money into electric vehicles. But who's going to cover the abracadabra gap? If you don't drill for oil, production's going to decline. And if you squander your oil, I truly believe God gave us a second chance to rebuild our society. And instead of doing that, we just put up more highways. But that's another discussion. We're going to hit the reality that the next time oil production peaks and starts coming down, there are no magical solutions. But all this abracadabra land up in our modern world, oh, let's just make sure that we stretch out an anacron, include everybody in this lettered victimhood that doesn't have a vowel, and let's focus on that instead of focusing on real things you need for society. We stopped building anything, and we started frittering it all away with really weak thinking. So, and I don't think anyone's mean-spirited about it. It's just that's where we are. So, John, that's a long, it's a long side trip around. Starting at some point, which I can't remember if that was the 80s or not. It might have been earlier. I don't remember when the tipping point came, but the United States in particular, we stopped drilling for silver. We stopped mining for silver. Oil, gas, except for the interlude where the bankers could tell a false story and make a lot of fees, the shale boom. Some of it was real, of course. So at some point, 80s, 90s, we crossed over where every year as an economy, we were drawing down our above ground stockpiles of silver. And fast forward to the last 5 years, 7 years, the only excess silver in the Western financial systems, and I think it's about 800 million ounces, but I could be wrong, that's my memory, is about 1 year's worth of production, and it's held in London, Chicago, New York, and it's moved around from warehouse to warehouse. It's very heavy. It's hard to put it on an aircraft, or even I suppose even a ship. You can't carry it all. But silver is heavy. So the physical reality of the rough and tumble real world is bumping up against this fantasy land that, oh, we can just, why don't we have a meeting, and we'll make sure everything's good, and we're going to, synergize and strategize, and all the I's, but nobody's drilling for the silver. No one's calling for the silver. So the United States doesn't have excess silver anymore, and she hasn't for quite a while. Now you're going to say, well, just like that oil example, when there's not funding, and I would argue that perhaps, not only perhaps, but there probably is a flaw in the capitalist system to just allow people to produce their oil that's where the Railroad Commission came from. But to allow people just you drill it, produce it as quickly as you can, and then everybody has 5 automobiles. We're going to regret that. I'll be gone, but your grandchildren are going to ask you, why are all those cars sitting there? Why'd you have? Well, we used to drive around in them. What'd you use? Oil. What's that? We found oil about 140 years ago, and we just had a big party, and we haven't come down the other side of the mountain, but it's going to be swift. And maybe, with the mandated medical applications, and then now a lot of the died suddenly going on, and the fact that our populations are in massive decline, perhaps we won't need as much oil, perhaps, but there won't be as much oil available. And wouldn't it have been interesting if the government had spent money on other things than bombing the hell out of deserts and getting into a land war in Asia? I don't know. So coming back to silver, when nobody's putting money toward it, when the price, by the way, Swiss silver, about 26 guys, I'd say half are in London and half in New York, maybe some in Chicago, but 26 guys trade silver in the Western markets. So they price silver on the margin, just like Railtown gets priced on the margin. But they price silver on the margin by selling paper contracts, selling paper ounces of silver, and they'll sell a year, 2 years, 3 years worth of production in 15 minutes, always wanting a lower price. Whenever you see selling that always wants the worst price, your price is being manipulated. But it's been extremely profitable for the banks. I think her name is Blythe Masters, came up with the idea in London, I think, for JP Morgan. but it's been hugely profitable. And in the last 10, 20, 30 years of hypothecation and rehypothecation and manipulation of silver prices, it's kept silver's price so low that no one mines for it, except as a waste product when they're going after something else. That's a real world consequence of harebrained ideas over the last generation. So what's happening? Why is China no longer exporting it? And why are they declaring it a strategic resource? Well, on the first one, I'd be surprised if China actually was exporting silver. But obviously, I'd be wrong on that. But you know, if you had asked me, do they do that? I would probably say no. Because they don't export gold. But then nothing is black and white, because China is setting up a payment system with other countries to bypass the dollar to price oil, for example, in gold. And it's a series of warehouses, as I understand it, set up in Saudi Arabia, maybe elsewhere, where you just move the physical gold from one vault to the other as you buy oil. And then when you come by Chinese anything, I mean, you should, if you ever go to Dubai, you should go to the Mall of China. You can't believe it. They make everything, and everything's for sale. We don't make anything anymore. Who knows about the quality? But we don't make it, so it's better than our stuff. So anyway, you would argue then that they moved that gold out of China to go put in those vaults. So it's not a perfect definition. But China, for I would say decades, but certainly for the last, since 2008, I think before that, China have been mining for gold, buying gold. I once sold a gold mine. Well, I got the documents. It's a long story. Got the documents signed, and that's a long story. But I know for a long time they've been accumulating gold around the world, mining for it, buying gold. And I think China was a little bit in on the suppression of the price of gold because they think long term. They wanted to increase their reserves of gold. And if I had to guess, China has 2 or 3 times the amount of gold in official reserves that we do. And it might be more. But they encourage their population to buy gold and silver. They have cigarette machines that you can buy gold from. And this is true in India and the Middle East as well. But here in the United States, gold is ridiculed as a barbarous relic. John Maynard Keynes is misquoted, but always quoted when it comes to gold and the poor sister silver. And why is that? Well, China wants to build up its position of gold, so the next iteration of Bretton Woods, they make the rules. She who has the gold makes the rules. And if China has the gold, the next world currency system will go through Shanghai. I'm not sure that China, because of their debt situation, and because I think are some problems politically and militarily going on in China. I'm not sure China's ready for the next Bretton Woods yet. So I'm not sure that they want to cause the collapse of the dollar quickly. Obviously, we do. They don't have to do anything. We do it ourselves. We hire a bunch of we elect a bunch of squad members, and the next thing you know, you've got tens of billions of dollars of fraud. Oh, who cares? You've got this Keaton. What was her name? Keaton State, not Stacy. Keating. Anyway, you have this professor with a best-selling book, and her message is, doesn't matter. We'll just print more money. This is what we're doing to ourselves. China's not doing that to themselves, other than maybe with debt, and they're not perfect, but they're not doing that mistake. So I really, if you asked me, I would think that China never was exporting silver, just like they weren't exporting gold, other than these certain situations. But obviously, since you asked the question, they must have been exporting it before. Well, one of the things about silver is as gold goes up $5,000 an ounce, and silver hasn't caught up, silver is where people's money goes, including in China and in India and elsewhere. And so I would imagine my first reaction to what you're saying is that China is selling silver to its own population, and they're going to copy Russia and build it into their financial, their international reserves, currency reserves. Russia already has silver on par with the ruble, gold, maybe the dollar. So it's a big deal. I think what delayed this reckoning, other than really screwball thinking and policies, I mean, we were putting money to electric vehicles instead of focusing on the coming shortages in oil. But I think Bitcoin and the rest, they were a safety valve in the Western financial system, so that people who normally would have purchased silver or gold or platinum, they bought Bitcoin. And it's going back to where I started about collateral. It's really interesting when you think about it. Bitcoin and Ethereum, all these, they created such massive amounts of collateral out of something that didn't even exist. Of course, it's all based on energy. It's all that computing power is energy. And I contended for a long time that all wealth is energy. Everything's energy. Dollars are just a representation of work, of energy. So I think perhaps finally silver's going up because gold's gone up. And the alternatives are not the new shining object. Silver is now the new shiny object, and it's all you're going to hear about. It bothers me, and I can't even read headlines anymore because I really wanted to buy silver alongside something else, and it would have already tripled. But hey, I guess you can't drive looking backwards. So I'm surprised to hear that they're not exporting it. I personally would doubt that they ever exported it in the first place. But it is, China knows science, and they study it, and they don't get all these goofy thoughts that get research, and then it's peer reviewed, and then some other young panel, we've turned our whole country over to this screwball thinking. They don't have it. They can sit down and figure out that every time you build a cruise missile, you need 500 ounces of silver. Every time you build a data center, you're going to need massive amounts of silver. Every time you build a high-speed rail, you're going to need silver for the electricity. Every medical hospital and cleaning and all that is silver. Computers, silver. Batteries, silver. Cell phones, silver. They know it. They just don't have to deal with all these screwy, peer-reviewed, nonsensical, circle jerk published papers out of elite educational institutions in this country that are being run by people that can't think. So it doesn't surprise me they've made it a strategic resource. It's always been strategic. Silver is as critical to our modern society as Tinder, OnlyFans. No, it's as critical as oil and gas. Silver is. Gold's not that critical, but silver is really critical. There's no better metal to do what silver does. So I'm not surprised they called it a strategic resource. Anyway, what China's going to do to us, John, is they're going to create honest markets, at least initially. No one's going to trust them, perhaps, but they will not have the hypothecation and rehypothecation and the futures trading that our cowboys in New York and London and Chicago have gotten so used to. And the Western banking system will collapse the day or the week or the month. You remember the Hunt brothers, when the Hunt brothers so-called cornered silver. I don't know, I've read things on that, and I think they were made the fall guy in many ways. They actually saw what was coming and placed their bets. But back then what was done is they just converted all those contracts to cash, and it started the collapse of their fortune, and it put a chill on the trade for 50 years. That's not going to happen this time. That's not going to happen this time. If there is a failure to deliver which we're very close to. I don't know if I want to study it because it just bothers me that we never built a position in it. But I think as recently as the beginning of last year, there was something in the range of 600 to 800 million ounces of silver in the warehouses in the United States and the UK. And then you just move them. Get a forklift, move it from one warehouse to the other, or one vault to the other. I'm not sure that's still true. I think that number might be cut in half. It might even be below that. Nobody knows the number for sure because they want the illusion, just like they wanted in the stock market, that the silver's there. When, my guess is it'll be a military contractor, or it could be Microsoft, or it could be Dell Computers, it could be Apple, it could be Elon Musk, it could be Samsung. When they stand for delivery of silver and they get a bunch of legal speak and, hey, we're going to settle it in cash and it'll be a bunch of gobbledygook, that's when the gig will be up. And I think silver goes to thousands of dollars in that instant. I mean, it's going to be unlike any short squeeze you've ever seen. But the world's going to panic, and I think Merrill Lynch, Bank of America will go down first. I haven't studied that, and when I say study, I just read the articles and books. But I haven't studied that in over a year. But the last analysis that I kind of said, that makes sense. I think Bank of America is going to be in trouble. But it could be JP Morgan. But it's going to be awful, and it'll change our lives forever, which is why owning physical silver is my favorite trade. What's going on right now, John, and I've been saying that for quite 2 or 3 years, but gold and silver, physical gold and physical silver are going to China, to Russia, to India, to Iran. They're going east. And when they have enough, they'll take us down. But I think it's foolish to bet against the City of London and the banks in New York. I think it's really foolish to bet against them. So if that same gentleman came to me now and said, how would you hedge this investment? A year ago, I'd say just buy silver. Now, I would say that, but I don't think he has the personality that could withstand silver going down from $75 down to $42 an ounce or $35 an ounce. And I think that silver and gold both, but particularly silver, may have more manipulation ahead. And make no mistake about it, the banks need collateral. And I think a lot of it has to do with their short silver position. But it could be other things. But I think that's the big one. And the people that sit with Donald Trump are Zionists, they're bankers, and Susie Wiley. And it's all you need. The United States will go to war before they let this collapse right now. That's how I see it. How would I trade silver? It's tough. I've been holding this up for a year and a half, and I used to have it in my notebooks. And my target for silver, David Hunter had a target, I think, of $60. I put a target down of 120. And I don't know, I think I listened to him the other day, and his target went up on silver. But he's an analyst. He's not going to be an idiot like I am and give the ultimate target right away. He wants to be correct as it goes. He wants people to listen to him. But I think his target for silver now, he went to 75, but I think he's at 100 now. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's raised it again. But anyway, for the last year and a half, my target has been $120. I can read it right here. And I would guess that silver could go to 150 now that we're here. But I think, John, it's extremely volatile. And I would expect that they're going to try to suppress the price of silver at some point, and maybe now, but I don't know. I don't know what triggers, but I think it's an attack on the price. It breaks all the securities laws. There's collusion. There's all of it, just like you've learned in the stock market. But I think to buy silver at $80, to trade it, hoping it goes to 100 or 120 or even 150, and that's why I want to be in it. I love it. But I think people have to understand now that it's tripled, and in some, depending on where you start it, because when I started talking to you about silver, it was $16 or $17 or $18. But it's tripled from $25. I think they're going to try to bring it back. And when they bring it back, everyone sells, and it's scary, and it's frightening. And if you don't have the stomach for that, you're going to get shaken out. So I'm not as keen on establishing a position. I don't know, I'm 50-50 on it. Establishing a position of silver at 80, because before silver gets to 1,000, it might go back to $35 first or $45 first. So if you can stand that volatility, so I guess it's like Railtown, if you buy it at 60 cents. I remember when Steve first was buying, I said, buy it now, it's so cheap, because it's going to be volatile, and you'll feel stronger if you own it here, if it goes up and pulls back. And I think in Steve's case, that's probably true. But if you wait to buy it at a higher price, and then the volatility brings it down, you feel like shit. And a lot of investing is feelings. So I don't know. I don't know. What does it mean for I do still think silver's going to go to 120, 125, maybe 150 before the markets crash. In the West, all these advisors that you trust your money to, they don't know anything about gold and silver, but man, they've learned a lot. In the last few months, they've learned a lot, and they're going to learn more. Barrick Gold has gone from looking like it was going out of business to whatever the price is. All the big names are up. The money's starting to flow. The private equity financings that strangled the miners. They're starting with their cash flow now with prices up. They've been able to pay down their covenants and pay down the restrictions on their cash flow. So now gold companies are providing money to other gold companies and silver companies. And, it's finally going to become an asset that, whether it's through physical or ETFs or miners, your Wall Street wealth advisors are going to start telling you to own 5%, 10%, 15%. I think you should own 50%. But I would say that's going to happen this year. And my gosh, John, if you moved the Western financial markets to 5% silver, oh my gosh, you've got a price you can't believe on silver. And I think that's all coming. But first, there's going to be a little chi-chi. I think the banks, in collusion with the Fed, in collusion with the military, and probably an unwitting president, they're going to try to hold the lid on silver prices, because once it gets out of control, it's over. So anyway, it's a long way of saying, if you're a long-term holder, just take the approach of buying silver every week, every month. $100 will be cheap in silver. There will come a time where you measure your wealth in how much gold you own and how much silver you own. We've already missed a triple, even a better return than a triple. We've already missed that, and we can't go back and start over. I think there's a double ahead for silver from these prices before the markets crash. But it might not happen, and it's going to be volatile. They're not going to go down without a fight. And they're going to scare all the new investors out. But silver is a critical part of the war machine. It's a critical part of your health, critical part of our computerized life. And I would say what we should be doing this year, unfortunately, Railtown didn't go up as quickly as it might have. But I think, for example, and then I'll get off this subject. I didn't mean to talk about it this long. If Railtown were to go to my target, which one guy ridicules, we'll see. We'll see who's correct. But there's a lot of steps that have to fall in before we get there. But I think it's possible anyway that Railtown gets to $55 a share or better in a buyout. And I won't go through all the variables. But if something like that were to happen, even at $20 a share, and we ended up with I don't know what Microsoft's trading for now. I don't want to change my screen. But if we ended up with shares of, I don't know, forgive me if I'm wrong, but if we ended up with 1 share of Microsoft for every 9 shares of Railtown that we have, and we did that without having to pay taxes, that bump in our equity would occur without a taxable event. Once we have that larger account, which is, in my example, my dream, Microsoft, perhaps at that point there's a way. My guess is, John, we're going to have to start playing the mining shares more than physical, because we missed the slam dunk trade. It's just sitting there. You know, it was $20 sitting on the sidewalk, or $80 sitting on the sidewalk to be picked up. We missed that part, but the miners are going to be amazing, and I think it's going to be a long run on it. So maybe there's a way we can take a small percentage of our account, even if we borrow, not a lot, but just a little, 5-10% margin, and start building in exposure to silver and platinum and gold. Everything's a cycle. And this year, I think it would be great if we could each build up. I have none. It's just so frustrating. Yeah, when you have no capital, and anyway, it doesn't help to go back over it. But I think if you can own physical silver, it's possible that by the time the move in silver is finished, the high in silver, it'll never come back down to these lows again. And by the time the crash in real estate and the overall economy takes hold, it's possible 5 years from now, for you guys and girls who are younger than I am, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you could buy an apartment building for, a small one, for 1 box of silver. And that's what you're going to want to do. You're not going to want to be in silver hanging on to it for the glory of the trade. It's something that cycles. We haven't seen an upward cycle like you're about to see. All the things I get frustrated with, the other side of it is there's a trade there that you can make a lot of money on. But anyway, I think, when silver, I personally think silver will go ounce to ounce with gold. Silver's more valuable than gold. So when that happens, you trade in a monster box of silver for a cash flowing apartment building or a cash flowing office building down near a university, and your family never has to work again. That's what I think silver represents. Or you buy a bunch of oil and gas wells that cash flow, or you buy a farm. You're going to start judging everything, and this is the year we have to start doing it, darn it. But we have to start, even though silver is going to be 100 here probably by the end of the month. But you're going to start, John, when you take a cruise, that's probably too small of a price. But let's say you took your family, everybody on a cruise, and it's it's 10 grand. I'm making up a high number. You're going to go to yourself, well, I could buy 100 ounces of silver. That's how everybody, at least if they're listening to me, that's how they're going to start thinking. Silver is the one thing to own when you're owning more than one. Ironically, I think Railtown gives you that upside of silver only sooner, definitely with volatility. But I think Railtown can give you, um, 20x out of the box. I don't see silver giving you 20x over the next 6 months, unless the world collapses, which is possible. That's how dangerous. That's the the danger of the situation that the financial markets currently are in. These cowboys have pressed their bets so long, and it's been highly profitable, but there's not enough money or enough silver to solve the problem. So if it gets out of control, silver will become unobtainable. It'll be just unobtainable, almost at any price. All right, so darn it, I should remember that, but I lost a bunch of comments. So, darn it. Um, I lost probably I lost probably 30 comments now, maybe 20. Darn it. So I know you had other comments, John. They're all gone except for the one I saved by highlighting it. And a couple of people gave me their stock amounts. but they're gone. I saw that Lewis Shotland gave me, but he's gone. So anyway, someday I'll have a computer that can handle all this. Hawkeye. Guys, this guy is a known fraud, a paid stock promoter. Listen to nothing he says, warning. Are you talking about me? Well, I haven't been paid. You're the same people that make fun of me when I ask for money. If I were being paid, why am I asking for money? So I'm sorry you seem like you're trapped maybe in it. I hope this doesn't become a short squeeze, Railtown. I hope it doesn't become a short squeeze. But can't do anything on that. Party on the gold company. Why doesn't the investor trying to steal the company put up the $5 million funding? He still will become a multi-billionaire if all goes well. Always wondered this. I think he wonders it too. Why hasn't somebody put up the money? I don't think he's going to put up the money. But you're mixing the situation. But it's something I got to address. I don't know how to address it. I really don't know how to address it. I don't want to tell the company, go ahead with that bad funding. On the other hand, that's maybe what has to happen. Right now, Marty, Party, it was a year. Has it been 2 years? It's 2 years. When this first January 15th, 2024, when the company asked for money. The company discovered 6.6 million ounces of gold in felsic sands of this area during 2009-2010. The gold resources were 174 million tons at 0.038 ounces per ton of gold equivalent using caustic fusion assay. They drilled 37 200-foot sonic drill holes. And then they confirmed that grade by doing a 24-ton I don't know what SD means. I don't know what SD means. I don't know what SD means. But they did a 24-ton SD composite bulk leach test, and they actually yielded 0.048 ounces per ton. And they recovered gold and silver. So they question is, why don't they just produce that? Well, at 0.048, that's 0.05 or 0.038, it gives you a range of 6 million ounces, 6.6 million ounces of gold. I don't know how to do that quick arithmetic without screwing up the thing I wanted to read you. But anyway, probably as high as 8 million ounces of gold, which they can get using off-the-shelf methods, although they have to prove it with this pilot plant. Anyway, the reason they're not doing that is the guy put up his own money, the guy who founded the company, the brains of the company, he increased the recovery with two tests, two methods. I mean, it's actually pretty exciting, but I think I can show you this without, this is old information, but it's still, I'm trying to take all the names out of it. But the caustic fusion and and then they leached it with that SD, whatever that meant. It comes out at 0.038 ounces of gold per ton, right here. And then they got that somewhat higher to 0.048. Well, all the testing methods that he's run, and he came up with these two methodologies that are currently getting, it's actually higher than this, but this is what he put in this report, 0.20. So in other words, if you just use 6 million ounces of gold here, you're increasing it by 5 times. You're increasing it to 30 million ounces of gold. And he's done this all day long. The only thing left to do is the pilot plant. Well, we raised somewhat under $500,000. And another investor sent their team to, PhD, all this metallurgist team, and they put $1 million in. So the company hasn't not been doing anything, but it hasn't been able to do what it needs to do. As soon as they build this pilot plant and they prove up 30 million ounces of gold at a recovery cost of $500 an ounce, you're talking, there'll be a bidding war on the stock. Now, what are the risks? The risks are obviously this funding, to the moving from pilot scale tests and lab tests and all of that to a producing pilot plant. That's That's a big step. Now you'd say, well, why isn't anybody doing it? And I'm mad at myself. I'm embarrassed, in fact, but I've stood by a good man uh, because that's what was agreed. But it's through no fault of his, by the way, no fault of his. The monies haven't been available, but time marches on while people circle back. So just to do that, and it would be about 36 million ounces of gold. That would be gigantic. But you know what? There's more there than that. And that's why he hasn't told the story, because he wants to prove it up to get, screw it. I'm not gonna read that to you. So 36 174. Yeah, it'd be 35 million ounces of gold. If gold goes to 5,000, the profit would be 4,500 an ounce. That's $156 billion. Obviously, that's in the future. But the buyer of the company would be Goldstrike, the combination of Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining. And yeah, I think you're right. I don't know where the hesitancy comes, but partly it's, well, if it's so great, why isn't somebody else buying it? Why haven't you called me and said, hey, somebody else is taking the deal away from you? That enters people's minds. But I've been, it's best for us and for him that the company uses his money, because what you're confusing it with, the investor that wants to steal the company, he's worth $400 million, or his company is. I think he is. I think his company is a multi-billion dollar company. And what he wants to do is he just wants to take over your company, my company, and give us a income stream, if it works, from production. He would buy the company, and he's a friend of the other guy. He'd just buy the company, and he'd pay off all the debts. He'd fund everything, and it'd essentially be a division of his private company. And he would pay us cash flow like this. I just told you there'd be 100 and if this is accurate, but there'd be $156 billion paid out over the next 20 years if it takes that long to produce it. He'd give us the last proposal I saw was he would give us the first 200 million of the 156 billion, which could be earned. That's net. That's cash flow. There were 6.6 million ounces proven by third party 15 years ago. If at 0.038, if the two new methods work, and they do work, just will they work at a commercial level? The pilot plant is about processing, I think it's 26,000 tons a day for 90 days. And as you produce gold, you take away all doubt. Well, if it's at 0.20 and better, it's 34,800,000 ounces of gold. The cost is under $500 or $600 an ounce, this process. That means net, they're going to make 150 million in profit, 150 billion in profit. And you're going to ask, why doesn't he just put up the money? He wants to. That guy you're talking about. I forget his name right now. But the investors don't want to do that. Why should we? Look, this fantasy number here that I just calculated, Marty Party, and it's the only fantasy part is the financing has to get accomplished and the pilot plant has to work, which I believe it will. I grilled him on that. I don't think there's any way that the pilot plant doesn't work, but you got to execute. And then you got to get away from shareholders just getting frustrated and selling the company. But in a fantasy, let's say we raise the money, the company goes forward and doesn't sell itself. Let's say we put you in charge of it. That is $156 a share. $156 a share at $5,000 gold. What if gold goes to $10,000? What I'd love to do, Marty Party, is maybe, and that's what I'm trying to think about, maybe raising 100,000, 200,000 here amongst us, putting it through the company that we set up, so nobody gets cut out. And when Railtown works in 90 days, I would think collectively we could put up in stages. We wouldn't have to put it up all at once. We could put it in escrow. We could have milestones, but we could provide. And technically it should be 4 million now, but I bet there's other costs. So 4 or 5 million, we could provide it. And then collectively we could own this piece of the company. I'd love to somehow get to that point, but I think what's going to happen, Marty, is the guy who wants to take over the company I can almost remember his name. He might increase his offer to us such that he'll give us the first 400 million in revenue, and then we're out. So we'd make 10 times our money. I would hate to see that, but I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to get a notice of a vote, and I think the elderly men are all going to vote for that. And it's just exactly what I wouldn't want to happen. But somebody else will get rich. It's not the first time in my life that I've put projects together and it goes to somebody else that has the vision and the courage and the understanding of the project. But hopefully we can avoid that. I'm still 25% optimistic that my guy will come through, but I just have no idea. So if it goes to the person you're talking about, the guy's trying to steal the company, he won't become a multi-billionaire. He'll be in a class. It's potential that he'll be in a class, at five, if it all works, at 5,000 an ounce. And if they infill drill and drill deeper, he could make, it makes me want to vomit if it happens. Look, these upside numbers, like any big numbers, there's things you got to prove first. But it could be $750 billion this guy would make. I'd much rather see you all make it than me. But that high number is to get to the high number, you got to drill down to 400 feet throughout, and then you got to drill between the two prospect areas, and you have to drill to either side of the two prospect areas. In other words, there's probably 1 billion to 1.5 billion, and believe it or not, maybe more, tons of resource on this project. It hasn't been drilled, but it's all the same sand. It's been drilled to 200 feet, and then a handful of wells were drilled to 400 feet. So they know it's the same down to 400 feet. So you can double, conceptually, you can double the 35 million ounces to 70 million ounces. In other words, you can multiply the $150 billion in net profits spread out over years. You can double it to 300 billion. So if this guy, call him David, I don't know what his name is, convinces the shareholders just to sign it, we might get capped out at 40 cents a share instead of $300 a share over time. Now, realistically, Marty Party, nobody involved in the project is even going to be alive, much less want to produce that gold. I would do it, but I don't think I'm going to have a chance. I think my investor has given up on me. So, but I don't know that either. So it's weird. But I don't think it'll be me. It'll be somebody else. Be one of the it'll just be somebody else. But another way to look at it is you could just sell the company, I don't know, at $150 an ounce, sell it for $5 billion, and we would get $5 a share. It's not great. If I'm involved, I would argue for an override. So you sell it for $5, plus you get a, I don't know, 10% override, that might be too high in a gold project. Maybe a 5% override. So you get ongoing income. It's a really exciting project, but it's been stalled because of regulators taking a long time. And now that so much time has gone by, the struggle of Railtown, I think, shows him that my judgment is really bad. So it may not be my investor that does this. I'd like him to do it, and I don't want to cut him out. But I also want to make sure that you and everybody that put up money get to participate in that upside, rather than just handing it off to someone that's going to steal the company, which is a different person. I think you're combining the two. I'll try to. I've put this information out to a extremely wealthy investor in London who I've had dinner with. He doesn't know me. He'd recognize me because I have white hair, but otherwise he won't know me. But I had dinner with him several times, drinks, and I think he's worth $10 billion, $20 billion. He's put half his wealth into gold. And I've sent this to his office in London. I'll try to follow up this weekend and see what I can make happen. I mean, it is a fantastic story. It'd be a shame to let it go. And there's silver in there. Marty Party, what this is very similar to the Carlin trend. And if it works, it's just a whole new paradigm in gold production in Nevada. But there's still risk, and you have to treat it like that. There's still risk that there's execution risk. There's the company might get sold to this guy that'll give us 20 cents a share or 40 cents a share. But such is the life of, mining's been in a bear market for quite a while. People would rather pay, like this gold company, they'd rather pay $10, $20 a share than 4 cents a share. They'd rather buy it on the way up because it's working. It's a weird thing that's happened. The psychology of the markets is just so different. Ward Richardson, good afternoon. I think we have 2 or 3 weeks left of this so-called quiet period. That's an interesting point. Feels like you know something, but Ward, let me just think that through with you. If TELUS they built and installed NVIDIA and the power and all that, so they opened up their data center. Let's say it was May. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was July. Anyway, you just Google it. It's in when they started. I think it might have been May. But anyway, they have 3 customers testing it, going through it. So you know that the NVIDIA data center, the Sovereign AI data center, has been run through its paces. And I think if there was something bad, we would have heard about it. And then you've got to ask yourself, does you have to wonder, has Railtown already run its ADKs on that data center? Or is that still to go? Or are we in that period? So anyway, just as a thought experiment, what if they started testing the data center from June, and they've been running it through its paces? They announced the TELUS deal in October out of the blue, and nothing happened in terms of the disclosure rules and all that, and buying. What if, and I really want to emphasize, this is speculation on my part. This is not something that was told to me. But what if in October or maybe November, because they put this together, what's been going on from October, November, December, what if they're running Railtown on top? They've already got 3 customers, but they're testing it on the top layer at that data center. Just what if? And if that's true, if that's happening, I can tell you from my conversation, nothing's gone wrong. I mean, the enthusiasm level is so high. So that's just my little thought experiment with you. What if TELUS has proved that the data center is ready and raring to go, and then since October 8th, TELUS and Railtown have proven that Railtown's ready to go? What would prevent TELUS from announcing tomorrow, on Monday or Sunday or Tuesday, we're starting our TELUS Canada Sovereign AI campaign? I agree with you. We might not even get 2 or 3 weeks before the story breaks out in a bold way. But I don't know. That what I just gave you was complete speculation on my part, but I think it's reasonable. Formerly Donna. Hello, William and RT Peeps. Bullish Whisper. Now we'll find out if Bullish Whisper is a short or not. Guys, they get so upset. You're calling me a short. I'm not a short. Well, you sound like a short. So it's the message. I really don't care. You don't even give your name, so I don't even know you. But let's hear it. Why would Bill Miko or any of us who lost 20% to 30% of our initial investment get back in again? Well, I don't believe you ever owned it, but I'll accept. Let's just say you did. You don't realize how much credibility you've lost along with our money. Well, that's your campaign, is to turn this into a 6-month investment, and therefore I've lost all my credibility. I read this with alarm because it sounds like you're trapped. And I don't want this to be a short squeeze, because oddly, if this stock goes up to, let's say, $15 in a day or two, I'm not predicting that, but if it's a short squeeze, people sell, it may not pull back, but even when it does pull back, there might not be the same number of shares available to buy back. So I just hope it doesn't squeeze. Now you say you lost 30% of your money? Or no, you're saying, I'm going to go with your 20%, because I think your goal here is to exaggerate. But you said you paid, I don't know if I wrote it down. You said you paid 40 cents? Yeah, maybe I didn't write it down. But I think you paid something like 40 cents. And you sold it, when you said you sold it, the stock was like 28 cents. So that's 12 on 40. Yeah, it's I guess you're right. It's over 20%. So maybe you're down 25%. But you booked your loss because you're a professional day trader. So you took your loss. I don't want you to buy this stock if you're day trading. It's going to be volatile. If you're buying it, uh, your friend Tony says this is the buying range for the stock. So why don't you follow him? I don't know if he's a day trader, but you seem to be compatible with him. Why don't you follow him? You don't need to get the advice from me. Get it from him. And by the way, he didn't pay this price. So he probably, I don't know. He probably is, he probably is down as much as you, but he wasn't stupid and sold. He didn't act like an amateur and just get out like you did. But let's see where it is. Yeah, it's 27. Look, Bullish Whisperer, you made up the narrative that Tony was right, I was wrong, and you made up the goal line, I guess, of the end of the year. And you made up the goal line that you better sell once the stock's down 20%. That's all on you, pal. It's not on me, particularly when you put yourself out there to be a professional. I don't think I've lost credibility in the story. I would say I've lost credibility in that I can tell you one thing. Any information that I was receiving was not material information. It was just wrong. But it's funny. You're gonna say I lost credibility because the stock didn't go up in June, in July, in September. In fact, it went down. But the reason, because you just look at charts, I guess. But the reason for the delay is massive. Let me just run through it. Let me just run through two of the numbers. Let's go through the known knowns. We know that Telus and Railtown are going to share revenue. That's a known. We know that there's one sovereign AI data center with NVIDIA. There's one in Canada ready to go. We know that. there's three directly behind it. We know that Entwistle in his last earnings call named Railtown and projected that his revenues from enabling AI data centers, I might be overestimating. Maybe he meant some other things, but I can't imagine what. He that's what he is. He's a telecom. But anyway, 800 million to 2 billion in 2 years. They're going to grow the revenues 800 to 2 billion. So these are things we know. One comp that we know So there's one company out there called Langchain. Sequoia and the rest of their group recently funded it at a valuation of, actually 4 months ago, of $1.25 billion. $1.25 billion. Based on projected annual revenue of between 12 and 16 million, and they're not profitable. We know that. One final thing we know is that Railtown bought, much to your chagrin, Railtown bought AIP under 50 million shares. As you know, what you guys do, you try to destroy the transaction. Or if it goes through, it's an expanded number of shares. So we also know that Railtown has closed the deal to buy AIP, and the deal came in under budget in terms of shares. And currently, the network of companies inside of AIP Network Partners spends over 100, and in the presentation it said 120 million annually on other hyperscalers. And we know this is going to be moved to the TELUS data center. We know this primarily from the interview that Dr. Tom Core gave on Midday Bell with, I think that's the name, with Rebecca Kurzweil. All right, so what does that all add up to? I mean, you don't have to have any belief in my credibility. This is just arithmetic. Go. I mean, Tony won't be able to do this thought process here, I don't think, but go listen to Tony if you want. But you should know those two bits, you know, it's been disclosed. You know two things. You know that TELUS in the next 2 years is going to grow its data center revenue to $2 billion. Now, to allow for the fact that we don't know, I believe my reaction is that TELUS has chosen Railtown to be its sole, its only ADK level at the data centers because it's a Canadian company. They both are. But we're not, maybe there'll be some other usage in there, but I think it'll be small. And also, we don't know that maybe he's counting some other revenues. So let's just use $1 billion in annual recurring revenue top line because of TELUS, because of TELUS's efforts over the next 2 years. By the way, that's 2 years, 3 years. That's what analysts look at, and they bring that forward. So you know that billion. I didn't say 2 billion. Entwistle said they're going to grow it from 800 million to 2 billion. I'm just saying $1 billion. Obviously, we don't know the specifics, but you got to go with what you know. And then secondly, we know and over a 2-year period, I'm going to say that they can grow that, we'll just say 150. But we know that the AIP network is going to move over 100 million to the TELUS data center. Why? Because Railtown owns the AIP network now. But let's say over the 2-year period, it grows to 150 million annual revenue, and that's $1 billion. So you add them together, you'll have a projected shared revenue of 1.150 billion from the data center. You don't need to believe in my credibility. And I mean, if you're a day trader, I'll admit it to you. I don't know what the F I'm doing, day trading. But if you're looking for an investment that can change your account, so that's 1.15 billion. Now, let's assume that the revenue split 20% to the good guys, 80% to TELUS, 20% to the good guys. Now you're going to say, well, how do you know that? I don't. If you want to use 10%, cut my numbers in half. If you want to use 40%, double my numbers. So that means that Railtown's portion of the revenue, just two sources, there's many other sources, Railtown's portion will work out to $230 million annually, and as opposed to Langchain, it'll essentially be 100% profit. 100% profit. So let me translate that number to you, Bullish. According to Morgan Stanley's E-Trade, there's 194 million shares outstanding. I looked like your friend does. I look at filings. I used the most recent data I could find, but you're going to say it's changed. Maybe it has changed. But allowing for fully diluted, there's 222 million shares fully diluted of Railtown. Now, do you see this number down here, Bullish Whisperer? 230 million in annual recurring revenue, and it'll go on for 20, 30 years, unless there's a new technology. All profit. So in other words, we can call that cash flow. Now let's just assume that somehow they issue more shares and they'll go to 230 million shares. And they have 230 million a year in cash flow. You know what that is, Bullish Whisper? Annually, you know what it is? It's $1 a share in cash flow. Projected 2 years from now, or less, $1 a share in cash flow for Railtown. And you're arguing with me whether you paid 41 cents and you got chickened out at 28 cents? You're arguing about that? They're going to have projected $1 a share in cash flow. And if you want to say I'm wrong because I shouldn't use $1 billion, or you want to say I'm wrong because I shouldn't use 150 million, cut it in half. Cut the bloody thing in half. You're going to have a company projected to make 50 cents a share in cash flow. And you're going to argue that William lost all credibility because he said that in June you should buy it, and then July you should buy it, and it went up. And in August it went down, in September it went down, and October it went down, and November it went down, but it's still at the same price that it was in June. And William said to buy it a year ago. And I know from my own experience, that's down. You know, it's down 20% for the year. For me, it's my experience. It's down 20%. But you don't like 50 cents? Cut that in half. 25 cents a share. You're paying 28 cents right now to buy a projected 25 cents a share in cash flow that goes on and on forever. I think the dollar number is quite reasonable, by the way. Then it's a question, what multiple? If you use a dollar, because it's easy, what multiple do you put on that revenue? Well, it depends on how fast it's growing. Let me give you a thought, since you're so bullish on life. You like to wake up and be bullish. That's one data center, but there'll be a second one. So let's call it 2 data centers. I think Canada has over 200 data centers. Microsoft has over 400 data centers worldwide. So if 2 data centers are making $1 a share, what would Microsoft pay to buy that $1 per share in cash flow so they could own the technology and apply it to their 400 worldwide data centers? Would they pay 5 times the dollar? 10 times the dollar? Or would they pay for the growth in revenues? 25 times the dollar? 50 times the dollar? Or like the case of LangChain, would they pay 90 times the dollar? We don't know that. And you're going to argue that I've lost credibility on pennies? The difference between what you say you sold at around 28 cents and you bought, you say, around 40 cents? You're going to argue about that? I think you're looking at it the wrong way. Oh, you're not done? Or maybe you do realize it. Realize what? Which is why you get so upset. No, I think I've gotten upset. There's quite a few things bullish, Whisperer. One, I'm pretty upset that I can't pay my phone bill, my Verizon bill. I don't know how I'm going to keep the gas paid. I can't buy Christmas gifts. You know, there's a lot of money tension in my life, number one. Number two, I had thought that by now, Railtown would have already, the story would already be out there and told, and it would be up. Unfortunately, like an adult, I have to accept that it's delayed at least 90 days. And that puts pressure on, because I got to figure out what the hell am I going to do during that 90-day period. The third bit of pressure I get is it's unending, the way you guys come at this sting operation that you run. Some of you were assholes, some of you were gentlemen, some of you were very nice, some of you talk to the CEO, others call in. Everyone has a different angle, but it all has one goal: steal investors' money and destroy the cap of companies. And you know what? People here listening to me don't realize You need these people. You need this money so that your computers, which are all set on automatic, don't just bleep and buzz at each other and go into a big stall. You need people's money so you have something to steal. And that pressure builds on me. I also have been extraordinarily stressed as I thought about it yesterday by losing a friendship that mattered a great deal to me. And I think that shows up. And I guess there's other things I could bring up about my life, but I'll just finish it on this. I hate being here. I don't want to be associated with you. I don't want to be associated with any of this scumbag crap. And I hate it, and it builds up. It's not what I used to be. It's not what I want to be. So I have to just take a deep breath and say, you know what? You're still here. So I'm still here, but it'll change. It'll change. Some of us are upset too, you know. Yeah, I think that's right. I think there's a lot of people upset. I hear from them. I hear from them. Didn't expect it to rocket, but didn't expect it to tank like this either. Well, I don't know how, if you're putting yourself out as a knowledgeable investor in this space, I don't know how you couldn't expect that the shorts wouldn't destroy a stock. Now, I suppose you could have, like others, you could have purchased GDC at $7.50 a share, give or take. I mean, as far as I can tell, that's down 35%, 40%. You suppose you didn't buy GNS at $1.20, $1.50, you know, because Mark Bazil's in there. That's 61 cents. I assume you didn't buy Finger and Finger calls at $2 and $2.50. It's $1.32. So you're just really pissed off about one stock, Railtown, and you call it tanking. Well, the high on the year for Railtown was 69.7, 70 cents. And that was maybe 2 or 3 days and not a lot of volume. I'm sure some people may have paid that much, but not most people paid 35, 38, 40 cents on average. Some people paid this lower number. But if you want to say it tanked and you want to be angry, be a spoiled brat. Or be mature and realize that the company, the buyers aren't there. The company isn't able to tell its story broadly. And you all are shorting the heck out of the stock, manipulating it. So it's down. Write that on one side of the paper. On the other side of the paper, do the exercise I just did. You figure out the revenues. You put a multiple on it. But guess what? You guys did not destroy the cap table. You did not expand the number of shares to 1 billion shares or 2 billion shares like you normally do. All we're waiting for, well, I think the worst thing we're waiting for is to see the revenues with our own eyes. That could take till May 15th. And give it a week or two to process. You might not get a research report until June 1. That's the worst case. Best case, TELUS comes out with a trumpet next Tuesday and says, we're in business with Railtown. We're creating Canada's first and only sovereign AI fortress using NVIDIA. And we're so excited. We're going to sponsor the Canadian Curling Championship. And you'll see our name all over it. When that comes out, you're going to see people knowing this story. And then it's not going to be a question about whether William is credible and whether bullshit whisperer didn't expect it to tank. All stocks fluctuate. Nothing goes straight up. Nothing. So you have to go through the ebbs and flows. But once Bay Street, Wall Street knows the Railtown story, and imagine this, what if, instead of being so bullish, why don't you become bearish? And what if the Railtown technology works and it ramps up, it scales, it's beautiful? What if Microsoft, who they're in bed with and have been from the beginning, what if Microsoft said, oh my gosh, we got to own that company? You're not going to care that you paid 41 cents instead of 28 cents unless you're a spoiled brat like yourself. Bullish whisperer. You used to say it's not a shorted stock. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I said it's not a short stock story. It's not a short stock story. But the stock clearly is shorted. What you guys do is you set up computers to automatically sell. If they read a headline, all they have to do, they analyze all that data. It's AI. It's AI. But they read all the data of the headlines. That's why Benzaga puts out crap headlines. You read that headline, your computer starts selling. Sell, 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 sell. When it sees MOU, LOI, acquisition, a few weeks, Canaccord Genuity, you just start selling. So it's definitely been shorted. What we don't know is how much of it's arbitrage. We don't know how much of it could be the currency arbitrage. We don't know what's done in the dark pools, and there's this netting that the regulators look the other way on. So you guys can short it all day, stock you don't own, which is illegal. But if by the end of the day, across different platforms, you can net out and say that the general direction of your trades were bullish, or bullshit in your case, you can do it. You live another day. You can steal again. You can steal again, which is a wonderful thing when you think about it. What a country. What a country. Allows you to steal. What will be the next excuse, or who will be to blame when the price is stuck here for another 3 months? Well, it's possible it is. It's possible it'll be stuck here another 3 months. I don't know what the excuse will be. I don't think I've given excuses. I think I've given explanations, but whatever. Um, I think if Railtown's stuck at this price in 3 months, it would have to be because they did not. I mean, here's a real risk Railtown could have. What if they run Railtown on the NVIDIA data center and it explodes? It doesn't work. Well, then the stock not only will be here, it'll be 5 cents. But I don't think that's going to happen. But there are risks of execution. Another thing is the stock market could collapse and the capital markets close and everything will go down. That could happen. I guess the news, or news is the wrong word, the evidence of revenues, projected or not, doesn't happen in 90 days. And I've actually told you that that's why I think, for mental health reasons, we should plan on June 1, because you could see a scenario where it's a tight hole for the next 5 months. They don't want to talk about it. And that's possible. But I know you're a spoiled brat. You need action every day. I suggest you go trade some other stocks. The best one out there, I think, is that that GME that Tony's promoted as a great stock. Why don't you go over there? You can start with $20 and end up with $21. Formerly, Donna, I've blocked 2 people posting. I wonder whether they waste your time on your channel. It's a good point. It does give me a chance to mention some of the risks. Let me just try something here. Let me just try. All right. See, I don't know. You're saying, Joe Marty, thanks, you too. I don't see the other part of that. I missed a bunch of comments. NVIDIA and AMD likely to make headlines at the Consumer Electronics Show. And AMD, wow. That stock, AMD, Jim Rickards, and I told you guys about AMD a year, I don't know, not a year, like 8 months ago. It's interesting. AMD's an interesting story. Jensen to focus a lot of his keynote speech on data centers, physical AI, robotics front and center. Wow, that's going to be a huge. When is that conference? Let me look it up. Consumer. My pen doesn't work. Consumer Electronics Show. 2026. Hey, Steve, how are you? Ward Richardson. Um, uh, AMD CEO Dr. Sue will make her own headlines. Updates on the company's Ryzen line of CPUs, AI PCs, gaming data centers, and edge AI. Yeah, there's a race going on. There's a race going on. Hey, Skyrocket's in flight. How are you, Red Ronnie? Ward Richardson, William, more than 6,000 construction workers are commuting daily to OpenAI Stargate Data Center campus near Abilene, West Texas. It's Abilene by morning. Or is that Amarillo? 4 million square feet, full build out around the middle of 2026. Well, the Thales data center is ready to go now. And if you want first to market, first to prove the concept, first to claim the space, particularly Rail Engine, that's Railtown. Ward Richardson, Microsoft has a 27% stake in OpenAI. I wonder what they paid for that. I wonder what they paid for it. Looking at the price, 27.5 cents, 26.4 to 27.88, 50 by 62. I was noticing this morning when I looked at it, and I guess nobody notices it, but there's always that 50,000 for sale. Whether it goes up or down, it's the same amount, always for sale. $27.5 last trade. Sorry, I started looking at the price and forgot you're here. D-Wave will be at the CES. D-Wave. It's pretty cool. It's 26 for 50,000 shares to 28, 54,325 shares. 5 minutes to go. The volume is 23,590. Thought it was more than that. Thought it was more than that. Miners need to catch up. They will. Matthew, some have. It goes to the top, the Barracks, the Alamis, the Franco-American. The first ones go. Then the second tier, third tier. The one we're in is really kind of the last tier because it's not producing. And from the standpoint of Wall Street, it's not proven yet either. So it's probably fourth or fifth tier. But that's where your big, huge upside is. Hi, Ward. Donna says, my husband invested in D-Wave, so it's on my watch list. And Snoopy says, hi, Bill and gang. Snoopy has a sense of humor. Man, 2026 seems to be going by quickly. Where did I go? I don't know. My service yeah, everything's tied together by a wing and a prayer, and that'll change, but I just got to deal with it while it's here. 2 minutes to go. Ward Richardson says, Donna, that is a great stock to be in. My 3 quantum stocks are D-Wave. I'm going to write these down. D-Wave, Dave Rigetti, and the Pioneer, IONQ. You guys are pretty smart. All right, thank you, Louis. That's great. Thank you. Yours was the one that I was most worried about missing. I got for today. New total. All right. That's great. That's an incredible number. All right, we have 1 minute to go. It's 26.4 by 27.72, 27.74, 27. Or did it close? No. And it's 50 by 62. Because of course it is. But of course you are. And now the volume says 151,000. It's all screwed up, guys. You don't deserve this. You should have a transparent, easily understood market. There it closed at 27.5 on 151,000 shares. Last trade was 3,900. It's pretty good, huh? It's pretty good. Word says to Donna, all through these companies in August of 24 were 50 cents a share. Wow. Ward Richardson, rail engine warming up. You know, I don't know what Ward knows. But I think you should heed his conductor's call, because I do think that rail engine is what's going to separate Railtown from Langchain. Now look, Langchain, apparently Amazon uses them, so they're going to start having revenue increases. They've got Sequoia, can raise probably $500 million in their sleep. So it'll catch up. It'll be evolving. But remember, the market is so huge. I'd love to have the conversation again with Corey, but if I understand his point correctly, all of the software built by developers since the 80s was built with SDKs, software developer kits. All of that, either what I thought I heard, has to be replaced, or at least it has to be upgraded with ADKs, AI developer or agentic developer kits. That's exactly where Railtown is. It's where Langchain is. And there's some others. There's a dozen others. And Google's in there. But the market is so gigantic. Imagine all of that software, and it's a growing thing. You could have room for Merrill Lynch, UBS, Morgan Stanley, AG Edwards, and Alpine. Joe Marty, thanks for the explanation. I think you misunderstood my. Okay. I meant, why doesn't the gold company negotiate a better deal with that investor? Well, they tried that. He's a hard ass. There's not my friend, or my erstwhile friend maybe, but not my friend. This other guy's a hard ass, and he's trying just to take it away. Quickly, I won't go on long. I actually think, I don't understand why that guy didn't make a better deal. He'd already have it done, but he's being adamant. He's just trying to lowball it. You know, I bet if he offered everybody revenue to $5 a share, they'd take it in a heartbeat, or $10 a share. I'd fight against it, but I don't have enough votes. Company for the $5 million funding we needed. The deal is ridiculous to take. Yeah, I agree. I was so frightened though, Marty Party, when that deal was offered, gold was trading at 2,300, maybe 1,800. Really good, but still, just everyone didn't quite, believe it. Now gold's 5,000. I know it's not. Whatever it is, close to 5,000. And cash flows at all the miners have been enormous, and they've been paying down their debt, paying down their private equity transactions. And so there's just going to be cash going to gold and silver and platinum projects this year, ETFs everywhere. And this company, somebody will come. Uh, uh, my guy it's not his fault. Just bloody bureaucrats. Same darn thing that can be so frustrating up in Canada. It happens here too. So it'd be nice if to not miss the opportunity. What I really wanted him to do, and that's giving away too much, but to match that with a silver investment. And the weird thing is right now, silver is tripled. he could sell that, have a profit, and this would be for free. But the money never came. And it's, and Railtown disappointed constantly. So that's just them's the shakes. Yeah, there are no guarantees taking that deal, and we're capped. Exactly, it's a crap deal. It's crap, and I spoke out against it. But the people, the other investors, are all worth tens, hundreds of millions, billion, a couple of billionaires in there. Um, uh, it's not a big deal to them. Jeremy Simmons, William, been with you for a minute now. I really hope RT works for you and all the investors. With that said, there are so many ways in the market to earn money besides trusting a company and sitting under the desk hoping it goes up. Yeah, that's been a frustration of mine, like with Logic and GoLogic and Data Logic and Nixie and Vocal and the name MULN, MMAT. You've got to trust the CEOs not to be fooled by the blatant snow job that comes at them from the criminals. But most of them don't see it. And then you've got to make sure they don't do a bad financing and all that. Yeah, you're right about that. We know it's rigged, so learn how to trade and stop trusting companies. Well, I don't want to be a trader. You're a young man. So that's a fruitful path for you to take. I think trading is for me anyway. I read a headline the other day. People asked Donald Trump why he doesn't exercise, and the headline said he said 2 words, and I thought to myself, I know what they are. It's boring. And I read down in it, that's exactly right. He said it's boring. That's what I think day trading is. I think it's totally boring. You're trying to snip and glip and glop little tiny bits of trades. But some people are very good at it. But look at like what the 3 stocks Ward picked. Boom. They're doing terrifically. So, no, I don't agree with you. I don't think anybody here should learn how to day trade. We all know it's rigged, so learn how to trade and stop trusting the companies. Trust yourself. All the best, everyone. Side note, blaming the shorts for all the problems in the stock is kind of tired, isn't it? Yeah, I get tired of it, but it doesn't mean it's not true. But I don't blame it for all of it. I don't blame it for all of it. Let me just run through. I guess it doesn't come through. It just doesn't come through. Railtown is in a revolutionary new market. There was the personal computers, there was the internet, and now there's AI 2.0, or AI for everyone. Quantum computing's either now or next. So, Jeremy Simmons, at the bottom, you have hyperscalers. That's data centers. That's where all the data resides, and all the access to the internet data resides here. It's like one big data bank. It's a giant computer. And then your large language models are the next step. Jeremy, it'd be like my saying to you, I can't remember that blonde that everyone that has genes, can't remember her name. But anyway, if I said to you, Muhammad Ali, well, your brain is gonna think the guy that believes in a different God, or whatever your brain might say, or the fighter, or how do you spell Muhammad? Or I knew a guy named Ali. Your brain's going to have all this connection to Muhammad. You might down goes Frazier, even though I think that was Ken Norton, or was it Foreman? But your large language models take the data, all the connections that are relevant. They get all the relevant data in this large language model. I get stuck describing it. But then on top is your brain. And your brain says, you're talking about Muhammad Ali, who lost to Leon Spinks. That's what you want to know. That's what this is. So the user, the AI company or an application or a software developer, for them to get the experience where they can actually create a product that their customers will use, they need the data, which is the electric power, the NVIDIA chips, the data store, all of that. They need this at tip-top, which is what the AI Telus factory is. Then the data is just a mishmash, just like your brain has all these ideas. So if I said to you, Lenin, your brain might at this stage, your brain goes, oh, John Lennon. Oh, no, he might be talking about Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. And, I like that song, Imagine. But weird that he married Yoko Ono. And your brain's doing all this disjointed, but your brain is able to pick in the conversation or whatever the key point. it's been 45 years since his death. Well, that's kind of what the large language model is, collecting all of those connections to data. But up here, your I don't know, your conscious part of your brain is putting it into an agentic developer kit or frameworks, orchestration frameworks. This is where LangChain is trying to be, but they're not really on a data center. They're out there interacting between developers. But apparently Amazon, who is a hyperscaler and uses, I think, Agentic as their large language model, one of them, uses LangChain as the ADK. But it's not exclusive. They could use Railtown. And then Google is a hyperscaler and uses their own, I think it's open, one of them. They use their own LLM and they make their own frameworks. But what you have here is you've got the TELUS data center. I think you're going to have it here is going to be Cohere. It could be one of those others, OpenAI, but I bet it's Cohere. Why? Because it's Canadian. This is Canadian, that's Canadian, and Railtown's Canadian. And this whole thing, what's amazing is the end user wants the time used to be effective so they don't have a big bill, but then they also want to be offered to their customers lower prices. So one of the great things about the TELUS data center is that it uses abundant Canadian energy, hydropower. It's half the cost. So ultimately, what I suggest to you is that the users, any one of those 100 companies or anybody creating an app or developer that they are then going to sell, they're going to want to be at the TELUS data center because it costs half as much. They automatically save 50% approximately on their compute power. It's like your gas bill or your electric bill. They're saving 50%, so they're going to want to switch. And guess who's sitting right here? Guess who's sitting right there? They're coming for the cheap electricity, the cheap data, and they have to go through Roadhouse. They have to go through Railtown. So, no, I'm not blaming. Yes, I do blame you guys. I don't know if you're a part of it, but I do blame the shorting and the walking down and the high frequency trading. It's insane. There's no capital formation. So people get hurt. And yes, I do blame it. It doesn't get tired. It gets boring. I get sick of it. But if you're implying that, pointing out that if you have unprotected sex with men you meet at underneath some bridge, you may catch AIDS. You might get tired of hearing it, but it's not going to go away. I mean, it doesn't, just because you're tired of hearing it doesn't mean the story's going to change. Tired of hearing that I don't know, Fukushima Daiichi reactors, 1, 2, and 4 are causing, maybe it's all 4 of them, 1, 2, 3, and 4, but they're causing the release of 500 tons of highly radioactive water every single day for the last 13 years, and it's having an effect on the fish you eat and your own health. Maybe you get tired of hearing that, but it's not going to go away. It's not going away. They can't control it. So that's a stupid point, Jeremy, respectfully. But I appreciate your comments otherwise. Marty Party on the table. I could see giving a 5% net smelter interest with no cap for cash flow. Well, yeah, I think that'd be a great deal. But I think what it should be, that's the tension, Marty Party. The guy that founded the company and is, I guess, the genius behind the processes, he doesn't want to let it go at those numbers. However, the pirate guy is his friend. So he'll just make a new deal with that guy. So the company that we're in, though, the company owns the asset. And that's why, I said I was going to call everybody. I called a handful of people, but my phone went out for 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I couldn't call anybody. But I probably should get back to that, because the key is for the company to hold on to the asset, and then we can block that. Now, I did ask for a board seat, and they said they'd give it to me for the money that we raised, but then it was never given to me. The guy running the company now, a different guy, he's a bit of a, everybody's complex. On one hand, he's kind of a, anyway, he didn't keep his word on that. And I just don't think he wanted to ruffle a small investor's feathers. I don't know. But on the other hand, the guy running it is doing a really good job in husbanding the money he's been given and putting a halt to the crappy deals. But time's gone by. I think there's going to be impatience. And that's why I think, Marty Party, maybe a strategy for me to do would be to see if we can raise a little bit of money, go in again, maybe either do it individually or do it through this company, locking in that, hey, we're going to include the guy, but we're also going to, as Railtown works, then we can start funding $500,000 a quarter or whatever is necessary. That would be really amazing, but we're not there yet. Marty Party, with gold at 4,500, someone else has to want to put up some money. No one's hearing the story. I haven't talked to anybody else. I'm going to. I mean, the guy in London, I sent it to, I don't know. Could it be 2 years ago? It's incredible to me. But anyway, I think after talking right now, I'm going to follow up this weekend with him. I don't know that I'll even get past his British gatekeeper. I was in his offices in Cairo several times. He's a great guy, but like I say, he doesn't know me from Adam. He knows my friend. But I'll try that. But I haven't been telling the story to anybody else. And the investors, a group of guys out of LA, one guy in San Diego, one guy out of Texas, several people out of New York City, and then Florida. But it's basically a baker's dozen worth of guys who are all corralled by one gentleman, a good man who has all of his money in this. His sons are very wealthy. He funded them and showed them how to build build their business as brokers, and now they just sold their books to Stifle. Anyway, they're very rich, but he's 87 years old, and his health is difficult because he has to be on a medical device 3 times a week. And they took his power of the check away. So he's got the money. He could fund it himself, and he was for a long time. But he no longer has access to his own money because his kids have, exercised reasonable control over an elderly guy. So the deal I negotiated was tough. I went in much higher, but it's the same as this guy got all along. Let me say it differently. It's been told to me that it's the same or close to the deal he got. I guess I don't really know, as he would fund it. But I think if he still had his checkbook, it would already be funded. I think the dynamic that's going on, he wants to see the company succeed so he can leave a huge legacy to particularly his grandchildren. He doesn't want to see it go the way of the pirate. The pirate is lined up with the largest shareholder in the company, who is the genius behind it, because that guy can make a deal with the pirate and end up in a better position. So you've got a lot of fighting around gold, and it's a lot of men with the gold bug. And they can't understand why this has taken so long. And I can tell you it's a very similar thing like the bureaucracy of getting AIP done. It's just process. Drives you crazy. But I don't know how much more time we're going to have. And I share with you. To me, the best thing to do would be to fund it, slowly have results, and then put it into production ourselves. But that's going to be a big ask. To build a producing plant, I would imagine, could be, I'm going to give you a broad, it could be $50 to $150 million. It might be more than that. I just don't know. I believe I could get project financing for it once the uh, uh, pilot plant proves gold. But there can be no assurance of that. So to go it on our own could be very expensive, and you're going to get sold down at that stage. So there's five exits, Marty Party. One is it goes bust. Everyone takes too long. They argue. They sue. The guy dies. Uh, uh, Whatever. It can go to zero. That's one. Two is this pirate takes over the company, doesn't give us any money. Like you say, it's a shitty deal, but caps us at 40 cents a share or something like that. That's terrible. I hate it. I never want to do it. A third way is the pilot plant works, and you sell some gold, by the way. It's not enough to change anybody's life, but it brings in some revenue. But a third way is that you get a joint venture partner, a JV partner, and they'll come in. I would guess the deal would be something like, it's all negotiation, and it's all playing chicken, because if you keep your courage, you get a better deal. If you show weakness, you get a weaker deal. But a joint venture partner could come in, cover all costs, build the plant, and after they get their costs out, split it 50-50. I doubt that's going to happen. That would seem too generous, but to me that would be a fair number, 50-50. They put up the money, they get the first dollars off the top to take their expenses out, audited, above board, transparent, and then the split's 50-50. So that would be a way to go, a JV partner. There would probably be dilution of shares, though, because they might ask for, if we put up the money, we want shares in the company. You don't know. But obviously the biggest dilution is you'd reduce the revenue we'd receive, in my very optimistic case, by 50%. But that's one way you go. A third way you go is selling the company. And that, or is that the fourth way? Selling the company is kind of as is, based on the gold in the ground. And in previous markets, I don't know now with gold so high, in previous markets, to acquire a company with gold in the ground, proven reserves or probable reserves, but whatever's proven, the acquirer would pay between $50 and, my memory is $400 an ounce for gold in the ground. Now, maybe now that's expanded because gold is tripled from then and quadrupled from then. So maybe that range is much higher. But you might just sell the company based on proven reserves. In this case, if the pilot plant is able to prove 35 million ounces, and see, I don't know if it'd go to $1,000 an ounce. Or, I mean, it could go higher than that. But let's say they pay $500 an ounce. They'd pay $17 billion for the company. But I don't know if they'd pay 500. Maybe they'd only pay 250. They pay $8 billion for the company. I don't know if they do that. I mean, maybe it'd be, we don't know. But once the gold is proven, it's a negotiation, it's a bidding war. And a company like a Barrick Gold, who already has nano gold out of the Carlin trend, like Newmont, but they're producing at 0.033 per ounces per ton. They want long-lived, or is it long-lived, reserves. And so to these bigger companies, they would come and buy these proven reserves, even if they put it on the shelf and don't develop it for 10 years, they can add it to their story and the institutional investors stay in the stock. And it replaces reserves. They all are fighting to keep their reserve bases up. So that's one way it could go. If they based it on 35 million ounces of gold in the ground at, I don't know, $3.50 an ounce, which I think is cheap at this point. Let me do that again. Yeah, it'd be a little over $12 billion. And for ease of arithmetic, we don't have that. We're around 600 million, less than 600 million right now. But just use $1 billion. That's $12 a share, $12.25. But that's down to 200 feet. We know, or believe we know, because they did drill down there and test it, that it goes down to 400 feet. We actually think it goes down to 600 feet. But if they spend some money just proving the existing two prospects down, doubling it down to 400 feet, well, you could sell it for $25 a share. Then they could go down to 600, 800 feet. They could go out and in between. Anyway, the numbers are big, but that's one way to do it. Just sell it for cash or stock based on the gold in the ground. If you do a joint revenue deal, JV deal, obviously you're splitting the revenue and costs, I assume. I don't know of any situation. I don't know. They must exist, but they're going to give you a working interest, not a 50% override. Anyway, the final way to do it is that a company or a consortium of companies come in and buy the company for stock. And it's a bit of a blend of the one I just said. But you could have Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining come in and buy the stock, the company, and give us stock, cash, and an override. And I think that's the most likely exit. I'd love to just go it on our own. That'll be fun for investors, but we need funding and lawyers to help with that. I don't know, this Sir Clairvoyant. So you're finally making true what others have been saying, that you'll walk back on all your words one day? I don't know. I guess if you've got a low IQ, you could interpret me as walking back on my words. I'm sure in the course of the many conversations and discussions I've had, there's things I don't remember. There's things I said that I meant to say but they were heard a different way. I don't know. But no, I don't think I'm walking back on any words at all. At all. Um, so let's leave it there. I don't think I've walked back on any words. Lester SG. Well, people, here it is. Told you so. Man, I don't know what you're telling. Beery, please update my total to 857,999,000. Yeah, I wish you had that much. I wish you had that much. Sir Clairvoyant, so today the truth comes out. I don't know. Well, people, I told you so. Well, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Where's the guy? Where's my damn 6, let alone 60? See, you shouldn't be in the stock. You're an idiot. You're a day trader. You shouldn't be in the stock. Just go find it elsewhere. There are some other stocks out there that you can play for the January effect. Um, waiting for you to disappear. When? Is that a threat, or is that just trying to be funny? Smug. Oh God, this doesn't end. So now it's someone gave the CEO bad advice. Seriously, where do we get these people from? I don't remember the context that I said that. I think it was bad advice to talk to that one person, if that's what you meant. Um, um, I don't think that explains the delay in TELUS, but I don't. What's the urgency? Because you're a spoiled brat. You need things rapid fire. Um, you've had plenty of time to cover your short position. You've had plenty of time to move it offshore. Uh, the delays caused by TELUS are good things. Um, I guess you don't understand this. The AI user, the company that creates an application, comes to TELUS at half price and state of the art in a video. They use a large language model and they use Railtown. And this right here, my friend, is going to be worth, my guess is, over a 2-year period, $200 million in revenue or more to Railtown, and growing. And it's all cash flow. And so it doesn't, I don't get your I don't know what persnickety complaints. Yeah, I think it was a mistake to talk to the tiger, because in the short run, it just allows the pressure to continue on the stock. But I don't think it makes any difference to this. This is an enormous model here, and you're going to have some part of $2 billion from TELUS customers going through this, and probably, I would guess 200 or 300 million from the AIP network and others. So you could picture, I don't know, $2.5 billion going through that data center, top line, and then you split it with Railtown. 20%, it's a huge number. I mean, you may question that it's going to be 2 billion, 2.5 billion. That's the shared revenue. You may question that it's going to be 20%. So cut both of them in half. Say it's 2.5 billion, cut it in half, 1.25 billion. And say it's not 20%, say it's 10%. So 125 million coming in every year to Railtown without issuing more shares, without you guys being able to destroy the market cap. And it's all cash flow. 125 million a year for the next 20 years, next 30 years. So what does it matter if I think the CEO made if somebody gave bad advice to the CEO to talk to the tiger? It's a short run hiccup and it's meaningless. But you want people focusing emotionally, so they sell the stock. From shorts to criminals to Tony Cascarino to God knows who. I don't follow football, so I don't even know where Aston Villa is. And now it's someone gave the CEO bad advice. Where do all these YouTube nutbags come from? My guess is the best part of you stayed in your father's nutbag. A failed stock guy suddenly pinning so heavily on his next surefire find should already have sounded the alarm. A failed stock guy. No, I don't know. I don't know how to measure success or not. But certainly, looking back over my career choices, I probably should have stayed at Morgan Stanley. But I mean, that's what it became. So I didn't, but I'd still have to deal with your noise. But I don't know. I don't know how to measure failed or not. But that's your opinion of me. You don't know me. I certainly don't know you. His next surefire find. Well, it's not my find. I mean, Tony apparently likes it. Frank Benedetto liked it long enough that he could get into a couple of large investors, and then he got out and promoted whatever crap he was getting paid for at that time. Although I think one of his stories did work. The question isn't that you know the game. You're in the game. So I just think people have to get away from it. Well, it did for some of us. When we asked why Railtown, he couldn't answer straight. Is that right? I don't think that's true. I think I've been long-winded. But I think I've been very clear on why I think people should buy Realtown. I'll try again. Uh, how do you, as an investor, buy into AI, AI 2.0, AI for everyone? How do you buy into it? Are you going to be able to buy into LangChain? Are you going to be able to buy into OpenAI? How do you buy into it? You go to buy a fund, the Fidelity AI Trust Plus Bust Fund, number 3. How are you going to buy into it? I think Ward gave some good names for quantum computing, but how are you going to buy into it? Well, two gentlemen met 6 years ago. They already knew each other. They had already worked together, but they ran into each other 6 years ago, and they had an idea to build the Agentic Developer Kit, the ADKs, the framework, the orchestration frameworks for software developers. And it, they have a lot. They have several different ADKs, but basically, they had both spent their entire careers writing software, investing in software companies, building software companies, and dealing with customers who used the software they wrote. And there were some problems they saw that no one solved, like security, like bugs, like when the whole system crashes, upgrading, different things beyond my knowledge or my vocabulary. But they had this idea. Why don't we solve this problem, write the code, write the software, but why don't we be early? Why don't we get this going now, ready for the big data centers, the big NVIDIA, the big computing power increase, and ready for AI 2.0 or AI for everyone, whatever you want to call it. So they did. And you know what they did right at that time, which should scare you actually, is they called Microsoft. It's in his videos. They called Microsoft and they said, because they had sold a company to Microsoft. They said, hey, anybody doing this? Are you guys doing this? I'm making up the words, obviously. I wasn't there. And Microsoft said, no, but we like it. Why don't you join, work with us? So I don't know what happened back in there, but Microsoft early on worked with Railtown, and now Railtown is embedded in all of Microsoft's software developer kits. And Microsoft is the number one, by far, only source of software developer tools on the planet. Others are getting in there, Google and others, but it's Microsoft. Well, Railtown is embedded in that, in ChatGPT, in Microsoft Azure Cloud, embedded in it. Embedded in it. So the two things you know now, I guess, is that Microsoft wasn't doing it, and Microsoft liked it. So and Railtown is embedded in the Microsoft products. Now this technological revolution, which you don't have to listen to me. You can listen to James Altucher. You can go listen, if you ever do any research other than just looking at charts. You can get research from Morgan Stanley, from Merrill, from any place on robotics, on AI for the future. And you can also track, if you read The Economist or Forbes or the Wall Street Journal, even occasionally. I'm sure you don't have time. You have so many charts to keep track of. You can follow the huge market for AI and data centers. And you see that countries, this sovereign issue is a big deal. Korea and Canada are two examples. So they did. These two guys built the frameworks. They were early. They were early. So they put up their own money at first. They spent, as they continue to do, the majority of their money on the developers, the software team, rather than on themselves or any lawyers or anything else. So the company made progress, but needed money. So they went public on the Canadian Stock Exchange, and I can't remember how high it went in Canadian dollars. And they did a couple of financings. I don't think they were big. They weren't toxic. And then the company decided to list on the over-the-counter markets, which is a waste of time. It's a disaster. But they did it. Why? Because people believe that that's how you raise money. And it is the only way if you're a public company and you're not big enough. But anyway, so the company was early and they went public, Canada and the over-the-counter, to raise money. Therefore, the private equity boys and girls on Wall Street didn't glom their nails into Railtown. And hence, we're able to buy the stock at perhaps a seed round valuation. Maybe less, maybe a little bit more. So this is where you can buy AI. It is a transformation of everything we know, but the market is gigantic. Just like in many fields, there's room for several companies. In PCs, Microsoft and Apple stand out. Room for two. Well, if the worst case is that Langchain got a 5-week head start, and therefore they're going to be our competition for the rest of time, well, there's room for two. There's probably room for Novak Djokovic too, so you get three. But this is a unique situation. The stock is public, so therefore no private equity guys have taken it. And I think their technology is better than Langchain. We know how Langchain was valued. And then you guys keep the pressure down on the stock. But up in Canada, because of the good news of TELUS, the delay for those people to buy the stock has been extended, which is good news. It's just you want to measure results in nanominutes and weeks. But anyway, but it seems he just threw a dart to get his next stock pick. You still believe he worked in Wall Street? Do I have to comment on that? It's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. I'm glad you're feeling some pressure, though. I am. I don't want it to squeeze, but I'm glad that you're showing cracks. From shorts to criminals to Tony, God knows what. So your nephew's in college, smart kid, eh? How does he feel about his uncle openly and shamelessly asking for alms? Boy, what a great feeling he must be going through among his college mates. Well, you can't say I didn't warn you. We don't know who you are. His always same psychotic handful of shills always rushed out to protect him whenever someone brought up the truth. What's the truth about the stock or about Sir Lord William? What is the truth that you're talking about? This must be a woman. This must be a woman. So let me tell you this now. Does I told you so ring a bell? It rings a bell. From the get-go, he had a poker face, big red flag. And with that face, he kept telling you all to buy more every week. You were going to miss out. Take advantage of the lower prices, sell your other stocks to buy even more. This guy is a criminal and put in jail. Why am I a criminal? I don't. Look, this Railtown, when I first mentioned it, was a year ago, over a year ago. The story was pretty simple to me. Same concept, but it was a group of guys that developed this AI software / tool that could reduce the time needed and the number of people needed to fix software, upgrade software from weeks to minutes, from millions and millions of dollars to a lot less. So it's cost saving, efficiency. And what I got right away when I looked at the presentation is their biggest partner was Microsoft. And they had others, NVIDIA, AMD, and I can't remember right now. But the whole idea is you prove the concept of your software, you start getting customers, and then you sell yourself to Microsoft. And I actually thought when I first heard the story that that's what was going to happen here, and it could happen fairly quickly. Like, take 90 days to prove the concept and another 90 days to see how it's going, and maybe by the middle of the year Microsoft buys them. That's kind of how, in my idealized world, I saw it then. But then the company ran into AIP, who are really powerfully smart guys. One's Mike Norbrega, who ran OMERS, Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System, and was along with John Ruffalo, another guy, who worked at OMERS, but also founded OMERS Ventures, and since has founded Mavericks Ventures. These two guys were the early funders of Constellation Software. Constellation Software had a really simple idea. Why don't we roll up? Why don't we buy and consolidate, acquire and consolidate, roll up all the smaller vertical market software companies. And as we get our revenue up, we can share technology. We add benefits to each of these smaller companies. We can buy at a discount. By combining, we can increase the multiple. Well, these two guys, Mike Nobrega and John Ruffalo, funded Constellation Software for $25 million. I think it was under $1, but it might have been under $10. Doesn't matter. It was a low price when they did it. And the stock went to $5,000. It took 15 years. The company never, after the initial IPO, which was designed to get, I think, Fidelity out of their original money. I think it was Fidelity. Might have been Bank of Montreal. But anyway, they never issued another share. So they still have 25 million shares outstanding. And so these two guys, along with a guy from IBM and Dr. Tom Core, who's a very smart man, they founded AIP Network with the whole idea of imitating Constellation Software, but instead of buying old, tired, small market software companies, why don't we do this with all of the AI venture, all the new venture companies in AI? We'll pick the best. We'll build a network at first. We'll select the best of the best, and then we'll acquire them, roll them up. We'll buy them at a discount. We'll provide an exit, and we'll create revenue that way. Well, so anyway, Railtown ran into these guys about a year ago, and they hit it off so well. It was a perfect match that in February, the company went into a blackout period, and it's still in that blackout period. I used a term for it that I use with my friends, but I was corrected here because it's not the correct term. I don't know what to call this period of time, but because of the AIP transaction, shorting came in to break it up. Well, that was unsuccessful. But also the buyers could no longer buy because the information they had was privileged. And lo and behold, AIP wasn't the only reason for the buying blackout. It also was TELUS. And it turns out that TELUS provides a platform to prove Railtown's technology on a huge scale and to make the AIP partnership pay for itself in 6 months. Approximately. They gave stock worth about $20 million. It'll be the full amount, $25 million. But that AI network, when they move their current spending, they're currently spending $120 million on hosting. When they move that over, I say 20%, you might use a different number. At 20%, it's a guess, 20%, that's $24 million a year in cash flow. That pays for the acquisition in, let's say, in a year. It's incredible. So I don't know what's criminal about that, Sir Clairvoyant. You should be careful what you say in writing. Of course, I don't know who you are, but I think you're that woman. Just waiting for him to bail out himself and run, and the time has come. Has it? You know what? I'd love to just turn this off and just go somewhere and do something else. But I feel like I've got to see this out because you guys are real pieces of work. But I've got to see it out. Sir Clairvoyant, no remorse as usual. Remorse for what? I think I've shown a lot of I don't know. I've shown anger, disappointment. I've shown, I don't know if remorse is the right word, but I've admitted that I was wrong on my urgency and I was wrong on the price in the short run. But I don't, again, I don't agree with you. Got all of you to lose money again, despite some warning all of you. Yes, I think one gentleman put a stop limit order in on 50,000 shares at 25 cents. I think his money is lost because he won't come back in. The so-called bullish gentleman, if you can call him that, he says he bought and sold. So, yes, he lost money. There's possible some other people have sold and lost money. But the stock it closed today at 27.5, which is a shitty price. But it closed at 27.5, so it's up from the lows. And I've warned everybody that realistically, we might have to wait till June 1st. But I think the price is going to go up much sooner. We'll see. I hope it stays down while Donna and others add to their position. But this stock price isn't telling anything bad about the company. It's just showing a stock that there is no buying in Canada from probably, I don't know how many investment banks are there in Canada, but basically all of the Bay Street. It's going to change. And when it changes, it's going to be quick. And then I guess this woman will, I don't know, she'll go share her remorse with her cats. Oh, God, he's running out to pin this on someone, anyone. Every week finding a new scapegoat. Latest pin was Tony. Prior weeks, it was because of this, it was because of that. No, I'm actually haven't done that. I've tried to explain what I see, but I take responsibility for it being the wrong call for 6 months, or for that matter, for a year. But I also said all along that this is not a hot stock. This is not a stock to day trade. It's not a stock to trade. And I also warned all along about you guys constantly pressuring it. I don't think people understand it. CEOs don't. People that work on Wall Street don't. Bankers don't. They don't understand what you guys do. But you guys are relentless. Absolutely relentless. Do you ever end here? Because of bad advice, late news release, improper news release, tra-la-la-la-I. I'm not day trading this stock, but yes, um, I don't know what bad advice you're talking about. I do think that talking to the shorts is a mistake. Um I don't think news per se is ever going to move this stock, because what you guys do when there's news is you start selling to make sure that people realize it's bad news, whatever it is. But what news will do at some point, obviously AIP wasn't it, it will release the restriction on buying to what, 24 investment banks in Canada and wealth advisors and family offices and funds, for example, like Mavericks or OMERS, which is a retirement fund, so they may have restrictions on the per share price. But they're still not here. They're still not here to buy, and they will be. By that time, I guess I'll be so full of remorse that I will have thrown a dart at another stock. Unbelievable. He has run out of who to blame. Didn't I say he would implode soon? Didn't I say it? I've never seen your name before last week, so I don't think you ever said it. Didn't some of us come here 1 year ago to say not to listen to him or about Railtown? Well, I told you so. I I know Tony came out against Railtown in the middle of the year heavily and ridiculed me. So you're saying Tony works with you? That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like. But yeah, I think Tony clearly said don't buy it when it was 22 cents. He or 25 cents. He he railed against Railtown. He said a lot of the same things you're saying now. Oh God. Circular pretending to write down whoever claimed they bought 1K, 2K, 10K, 100K, all are his shills. That's not true. They're not all my shills. I don't have any shills. You don't see much of them communicate during the stream, so now you know. They're all fakesters. Really, you must be in a lot of trouble. You must be in some trouble, boy. They're all his shills who are fakesters and fraudsters. How do you have time to write all this? You told us when I've never seen your. So you might. Are you Tony? Sir Clairvoyant. The other day, how you tied your failure of Railtown to Gaza and Palestine terrorist killings in Israelites and genocide, from blaming criminals to shorts to algorithm. I think there's a group of men and bankers on Wall Street who have had the agenda to slowly, inexorably, to press their advantage in this crime. And I think it's been going on since at least since the time of Bill Clinton. And the analogy I give to the right-wing Zionists in Israel who have committed atrocities on 2.5 million Palestinians on a scale that can only be described as genocide. It's the same pattern. Always pushing for new advantage, never happy, keep pushing, 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 because other people stop paying attention. And that's what I'm saying. And that little angry country has taken land from Palestinians by force as terrorists under Menachem Begin and the rest, killing 400,000 to get and injuring 400,000 to start with, destroying olive plantations, if that's what you groves, that have been there 1,000 years, emptying farms and cities, stealing houses, and they've been at it for 80 some years. And once they got that, they took the Golan Heights. They've gone into, I don't know exactly where the border is with Jordan, but they're not friendly neighbors with Jordan. They've taken Syria, they've gone into Lebanon, they've bombed Iran. That's what I'm talking, the pattern of ever increasing, always wanting more, never happy. That's what these short sellers have done with the rules. You start with claiming that it's too expensive to buy certificates. There's too much trouble with paper certificates. You get Secretary Rubin to argue that Wall Street can police itself, doesn't need regulators looking into derivatives. Get Bill Clinton to sign that. And then you get Bill Clinton to change the UCC 8, Section 8, and all of a sudden people don't own securities, they own entitlements. And then fast forward a little bit, you change, there's always changes a little bit in the law, but you get Reg Show to hide everything you've already done. And then with Reg Show, you talk about market makers, but there are no market makers anymore. And so on. You break up the banks under Obama, and you have the prop desks go out and become hedge funds, and then you have a prime broker and a trading desk, and then all securities are electronic. So you change the whole definition of securities into a fractional reserve security system. That's what I mean. Always pushing for more, taking. It's the exact same thing. And I'm sorry, that was on my mind because your country has completely destroyed Gaza. There's Christians, Jews, Palestinians, Muslims, atheists, women, children who couldn't celebrate Christmas, couldn't celebrate Hanukkah, can't get water, can't go to school. And I had just heard yesterday from, it happens to be two Jewish guys talking about it, who don't share your limited brain, uh, about the mowing of the lawn. Apparently, Israel's soldiers still get up to the top of the gate and in vehicles, and from time to time, which is not very far, days, they mow the lawn. And this is simply taking guns out and shooting at Palestinians for target practice, like that horrible Nazi did in Spielberg's movie, Amen Goth, going outside, stretching, and then pulling out a rifle and just randomly shooting people in the concentration camp. That's what these soldiers do, to mow the lawn. Yeah, it's on my mind. It's an evil that has to be stopped, just like short selling needs to be stopped. Boy, you sure have a rotten heart. No wonder things don't work out for you. Maybe that's true. I can't fight it. Jason Harbison, happy Friday, William and RT crew. Rotten to the core and no remorse. When you speak the truth, he gets angry. But very importantly, led people all the way to lose their money. I don't know about that. I think a lot of people are taking the opportunity to average down. I don't know. You might not be an investment professional, but nobody picks the bottom in a market. So sometimes, if you believe in a story, which I do with Railtown, as the stock comes down, and I don't have the money, you're right about that. Maybe I'm just a big failure. You average down, and I think a lot of people are taking advantage of that. And so the story's not finished. The story's not over. You're arbitrarily putting a finish line here that doesn't exist. So I don't know. I guess it's fruitful for you to make your comments. Block another. All right. Sir Lord William, you will pay for this. You will pay for your irresponsibility and immoral behavior, causing the livelihood of hardworking folks. Causing or costing? Costing. I may. Don't think hiding away in the virtual world makes it easy for you to get away. I'm talking about karma. It's interesting. Sir Claire, is that your name, Claire? Clairvoyant. It's interesting. I don't even know your name. It's interesting you talk about hiding. I wouldn't get too much into karma if I were you. You may find the karma a bit like a boomerang. You threaten somebody, you throw it at somebody, comes back and smacks you upside your own head. Hey, Jack Hamilton. Just checking in. I hope you're doing well. Monday I'll get back to business and purchase more RT. All right. Jack Hamilton says, hey, Donna. Jack Hamilton. Oh, look, I'm a shill and a froster because I Told Mr. William how many RT I purchased. Exactly. Sir Socket Clairvoyant guy. Jack says. Jack Hamilton. Mr. William, thank you again for all your time and effort. Ashell. Hi, William. Happy New Year. Just logged on to wish you the best. I hardly watch much these days. I don't trust any of them. I know. Truth be known, I wish I weren't doing this because I don't like being down in this muck. I really don't. That one person made a comment that has some truth to it. When you get in these stocks, you have to rely on the decision making of a CEO and a board and the attorneys. And whether they know it or not, they're all in on it because it's all about covering your ass and papering things up. And that's the slow inching forward, taking a few more acres here, another house there, another swath of law there. That's what it is. And by now they pretty much have the field to themselves, and no one fights them. And I'm not that interested in fighting them. However, it is powerful. They can walk the prices of stock down. And when there's a vacuum of buying, um, which might be for good reasons, who knows? I don't know. I'll give you my opinion. I guess everyone else's opinion when they give it is right, and I'm held up when mine are. I don't know. But yeah, I think trying to add it up. I guess it'd be better to go the other way. 10 months. 10 months of no research, no information, no revenues, no telling of the story. 10 months of no buying institutionally, whales, insiders, retirement funds, retail from research in Canada. 10 months is a long time. And these people started selling stock because their computers started selling stock. When it said MOU. And LOI and a few weeks. And I've told you, they want to break up the deals. So if the CEO gets stubborn head and says, I still want to do it, they have to issue 2 billion shares, not 50 million. Or they break up the deal and the CEO needs capital and one of their buddies comes in with a financing and they end up issuing 2 billion shares. It's all completely a coordinated attack. And I talk to people that are smart and think they know, and when I hear their answer, they just don't see it, or they're just not willing to see it. And it could be that because it's not proven. The results are right in front of your face. All you got to ask yourself is, did Sequoia, Benchmark, and a dozen other investment banks properly value LangChain? LangChain, who's doing less than 16 million in annual revenue as an estimate. and makes no profit. Lang Chain, who's actually late to the game, fewer ADKs. It doesn't matter. We don't have to tear them down. They get a lot of press. There's plenty of room for more than one company. So was Sequoia wrong in its valuation? And if so, by how much? If your answer is that Sequoia and Benchmark and the rest were correct, particularly since they put up $125 million at that valuation, then you got to ask yourself, why is Railtown selling for $50 million? Are they a pretender? Are the guys at AIP really great guys, but the people at Railtown suck? Is that what it is? Has Lang Chain obliterated Railtown's chances? Is that what it is? Well, only you can answer those questions. But Lang Chain doesn't have this model. Lang Chain doesn't have a customer like TELUS. I mean, I'm sure that it'll come. This is an evolving industry. But Railtown's going to come out of the gate here, and I know it's been a 10-month gate, maybe an 11-month gate. And they're going to be able to prove their concept and generate revenue on top of a hyperscaler. That's not one developer at a time or one company at a time. That's at a hyperscaler. They're going to scale, obviously, to hopefully unbelievable heights with one hyperscaler. But they've proved, if this works, and there's execution risk, they will have proved themselves, their concept, not a few developers at a time, a few companies, 30 companies. They'll prove it on a data center, state of the art with NVIDIA. And what happens then? People are building data centers all around the world. Do they say, oh, we don't need Railtown? Or do they say, oh my gosh, we better get Railtown? Or does Microsoft say, we better buy them before somebody else does? I mean, we'll find out. But one of the reasons it's 50 million instead of 1.25 billion, no sponsorship, no one knows the story. The shorts have been able to walk it down. They try. Every day they try to get you to think, number one, that I'm an asshole, which they don't need to tell you that. I can tell you that. But also they want you to think in short term, diversify. Because they are here to mine your money. But anyway, I'm glad you locked on, and I hope you're doing well, Shell. I really do. Hey, Jack, Donna says, Giuseppe, I think my salutations and commentary from earlier was deleted. Long story short, I'm up to 170K. Giuseppe. Yeah, that I didn't see it. So I'm glad you put it back on. That's a huge position. Huge position. Marty Party, ha ha. My new Railtown is 192,550. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. We all good, William. Michael Lomsky. Thank you. Oh, here it comes. Hawkeye, welcome to the rantings of a bitter old man. Not financial advice if you care about your financial well-being. Well, you're probably right. I probably do rant, and I probably come across as a bitter old man. I can't fight your impression of me. Expert on nothing except losing money is Farron's legacy. Sad old man. Well, you might be right. You might be right. All right, I'm going to show you a couple of things. See, this is the chart. It's not a new one. This was before the holiday, but this is basically where we are. This is 1 year. And I don't see what everybody's talking about. On the one hand, if you bought it a year ago, as I did, you're down. I'm down, what, 15, 20%? 20%, I think I calculated, on average. But if you bought in the first part of this year, you're kind of just spinning wheels. Of course, this run-up, there's 2 run-ups there. If you happen to buy at the top of each of those, that's not fun, but it's inevitable. These things happen. But that's not pretty. That downslope is not pretty. It's not pretty. But I think right here looks a lot like what happened at the end of May. We'll see. We'll find out. I don't know, what's this stuff? I don't remember what all this is. Oh, the best choice between Google's Agent Development Kit and LangChain depends on the project's goals and existing infrastructure. Google ADK is best for building within the Google Cloud ecosystem. Makes sense? It prioritizes a streamlined, production-ready environment with Google's Gemini models and deployment services. LangChain is best if flexibility across various platforms is needed. It also suits those needing large open source community for support and a robust ecosystem for rapid prototyping. It provides access to a wide range of third-party tools and models like OpenAI and Anthropic. So Google's a competitor to us. Enterprise-level integration using Google, LangChain, prototyping, large component library, broad integration across different platforms. LangChain can require more configuration for optimal performance, potentially leading to performance overhead if not carefully managed. That's interesting. That's expensive. Orchestration on Google, orchestration is generally leaner and slightly faster for the same requests by 1 to 2 seconds. So observability and eval Google integrated with Google's cloud tracing and evaluation tools, though these tools currently lack some advanced features found in third-party options like LangFuse. That's new. This is LangChain, offers built-in observability, but integrates well with third-party tools for advanced features like custom dataset uploads and evaluations. Conclusion: choose Google ADK if already using the Google ecosystem. This offers a lower barrier to entry for building stable, scalable agents with cloud deployment. Choose LangChain, often combined with LangGraph for better structure, if a flexible multi-cloud solution is needed, along with a large community and integration options. This may require more development effort to be product ready. They're still growing. Here's early AI darling LangChain is now a unicorn with fresh 125 million. Here's Harrison Chase, CEO of LangChain. They did a Series B funding. At 1.25 billion. The startup, which created a self-named open source framework for connecting AI apps to real-time data, hopes its tools can become the default building blocks that companies use to unleash a multitude of AI agents, while its investors believe the company has the potential to become as successful as other foundational digital infrastructure companies like CrowdStrike or Datadog. I hope next year you start seeing Railtown's name everywhere. But we're not in that period yet. So I guess there's a risk that LangChain blew by Railtown and Railtown's never going to be written about. But I wouldn't bet on that. The round, which was rumored to have been completed over the summer. So that's a valuation 6 months old. I wonder what it's valued at now. It was led by IVP with participation from existing investors Sequoia and Benchmark, and new backers including Capital G, Sapphire Ventures, ServiceNow Ventures, Workday Ventures, Cisco Investments, Datadog, Databricks, and Frontline. LangChain says its tools are already used by AI teams at companies like Cisco, Replit, Clay, Cloudflare, Workday, and ServiceNow. The company argues that building reliable AI agent systems that can reason, act, and use tools on behalf of users is still far too difficult. Today, agents are easy to prototype, but hard to ship. Sounds like a Waylon Jennings song. LangChain wrote in a press release announcing the round, quote, any input or change to an agent can create a host of unknown outcomes, unquote. The solution, the company says, is a new approach that blends product, engineering, and data science, what it calls agent engineering. The company is positioning itself as the connective tissue of the agent era, not just stitching together connectors, but providing the entire life cycle of tools developers need to build, deploy, and monitor agents in production. It's pretty impressive. A company like ServiceNow, for example, might use LangChain to connect an LLM to an internal knowledge base and use it to trigger workflows or track performance. Yes, but what Railtown's doing is using its tools to connect to the LLM in an entire brand new data center. Not one company. Well, I think it's impressive. What they're saying here about LangChain, that sounds very impressive, what they're trying to do. It's exactly what Railtown, I think, has done better and does more, but it's great. LangChain began in late 2022 as an open source project by Harrison Chase, then an engineer at Robust Intelligence, just weeks after OpenAI released ChatGPT. See, that's what I was told, I think by Corey, that when ChatGPT came out, it just started everything. It pioneered the idea of chains, in other words, building blocks that connect large language models to external tools and data sources in a sequence, letting them take action instead of just engineering a text. A simple chain might let an AI take a user's question, call a web search API, summarize the results, and return an answer, all steps stitched together like links. It was an immediate hit. Quote, "It was very crazy," Chase recalled. "I didn't know I was going to leave my previous job. I had no clue what I was going to do next." It turned out that the project that became the startup LangChain, which Chase co-founded with Akush Gola, became a darling of developers. That's because it solved one of the most pressing problems in the early days of large language models. The models couldn't access real-time information or perform actions like searching the web, calling APIs, or interacting with databases, which all sounds like what Railtown apparently does better, but I don't know, maybe it's just different. LangChain's framework let developers build those capabilities into their large language apps, and adoption skyrocketed. The San Francisco startup raised 10 million seed, led by Benchmark in April 23, announced a 25 million Series A in 24 by Sequoia, valuing the company at 200 million. Since then, the market has grown crowded with other companies offering similar tools, such as Llama. The llama is a quadruped. Such as Llama Index and Haystack, while OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google now provide built-in capabilities that were once LangChain's differentiators. And that's what we don't know yet. Everybody's trying to prove that their model works and go get revenue and claim the beach. But Railtown apparently, it sounds exciting what LangChain's done, the skyrocketing and all the developers using it. But Railtown is putting its product in front of a myriad of users of a data center. And they're sharing the revenues generated by the data center. It's a different model, but it's kick-ass. I mean, they're not going to the training learning slope. They're going right up to the black diamond. To stay ahead, LangChain expanded its product lineup, including Langsmith, an observability, monitoring, evaluation, and deployment platform built specifically for large language model applications and agents. Okay, so they expanded that. Railtown has Conductor, as you know, and they've been working on it a long time. Since launching last year, Langsmith has surged in popularity as LangChain keeps some of its early products open source while creating proprietary platforms. LangChain would not provide details about its financials, though a spokesperson said that a TechCrunch report in July pegged its annual recurring revenue at between 12 million and 16 million and said it was low for where we are today. While the company is not profitable, LangChain is, quote, fairly efficient in spend compared with high growth VC-backed startups, the spokesperson said. I think that's another word of saying we're going to need more money and we're not profitable. Railtown has been efficient and they're ready to go. I'm not picking on LangChain. It looks like it's a good product. IVP's Tom Lavero, who led the investment, said the firm had, quote, high conviction, quote, in Chase and the company's potential from the beginning. Quote, 2 years ago, the question was whether an open source project like LangChain could become a major commercial company, unquote, he said. Quoting again, we saw Harrison and Akush take the first important steps boldly into that journey, including building multiple products that customers want. Lovero said he sees LangChain as potentially as successful as companies like CrowdStrike and Datadog. And I wonder, well, if it's such a big market, Railtown could also experience that kind of a success. It's just not being written up in an article yet. So Lavero says LangChain could be as successful as CrowdStrike or Datadog for cybersecurity and cloud infrastructure. LangChain is betting it can become the layer that makes AI agents reliable and observable enough for enterprises to trust, turning today's chaotic prototypes into business critical systems. Quote, it feels increasingly sure that agents are super important to the future, he said. Quote, and if you believe that, then agent engineering is going to be incredibly important. That's where we are. Chase admits the agent platform landscape is already crowded. So my point here on that is we didn't miss much by LangChain 5 weeks or whatever, but he argues LangChain's breadth ain't cutting it. LangChain's breadth and neutrality will give it staying power. Quote, there's a ton of players, but how many of them are the interface with the brand new sovereign AI data center using NVIDIA? How many are there? Said, I like to say we have 500 competitors and 0 competitors at the same time. Most enterprises, he predicts, will ultimately use multiple agent platforms, and many of them, like ServiceNow, will be powered under the hood by LangChain. Well, we'll see. Could be. Not all of them. I guess I missed a part of a sentence. It's neutral. So is Railtown, by the way. Neutral. Oh, I already read that. Lavero emphasized LangChain already has strong revenue adoption, and big enterprises like Cisco and Workaday building on LangChain. There will be competition. Yes, you're right about that, he says, but it's a to be determined if they matter. Oh, we're going to matter. And if the investors are right, LangChain could become the indispensable layer powering the agent era, just as CrowdStrike and Datadog did for the last generation of infrastructure. Join us for the Fortune Workplace Innovation Summit, May 19 to 20, 2026 in Atlanta. I already read that. And this is conductor page. Look at this. This is, imagine this being put up on the interface, something like this, on the interface that TELUS puts out to all of TELUS's customers, saying, all right, you click this button, you're coming over to the TELUS data center. All right, you click this button, you're going to use Cohere. I don't know if it could be that other one, Agent AI or Open AI, whatever. And then you clicks to a new page, and you're going to use, for your ADK, you're going to use Railtown. Pick the one. Click, and you got revenue coming. It's not hard. All right. It's the question I asked, how many existing enterprise customers of TELUS will shift to the Sovereign AI Factory? It's not a matter of existing TELUS customers shifting to the new facility, but rather the TELUS Sovereign AI Factory is an infrastructure service that a number of enterprises, including current TELUS partners and customers, will use to host their own AI solutions. And Railtown gets a piece, my opinion, Railtown gets a piece of every single one of those. TELUS has named 3 key early adopters that are already using the facility for their operations. 1, League. This healthcare customer experience company is using the factory to deliver AI-powered healthcare services, ensuring sensitive patient data remains within Canada to comply with data residency rules. 2, OpenText. The enterprise software firm is leveraging the infrastructure to offer its Aviator AI platform to over 1,600 Canadian organizations. Residency, security, and compliance, all with enterprise-grade A cloud services. 3, Accenture. The global consulting firm is developing and deploying industry-specific AI solutions for its clients in highly regulated sectors like healthcare, public services, and finance, which requires strict control over data residency. I guess we could add Accenture to a potential buyer, I guess. The facility is open to all Canadian businesses, researchers, and public institutions that need a secure Canadian-operated location to develop, train, and deploy their AI models while keeping all data within national borders. Therefore, the total number of customers using the factory will continue to grow beyond these initial partners. guess I'll probably end with this, just to bring up. There's other trades you can do, and this time of year, um, there used to be anyway. I haven't the last couple of years. I haven't really seen it in the stocks we've been in, but it could happen. The idea of a January effect is that in November and December, mostly the last week of December, stocks get sold off for tax loss reasons, and they are indifferent to the price because they're just trying to sell the stock by the end of the year. So whatever the loss is, they can book it and then save against gains or write it off against income up to $3,000. And so what happens, like today, you come into the new year and you've got Finger at $1.32, GNS, which I wouldn't touch, but it's at 60 cents. You've got GDC at 4.79, and you've got, maybe your favorite stock, Railtown, at 27.5. Well, these are down for a lot of reasons, but tax loss selling is one of them. Well, the January effect is basically if you sold, December 20th, on January 21st, you buy back your position if you want to buy it back. So there's buying pressure that brings the stock up. But we now live in a world, as we know, that any retail buying leads to this parasitic selling. And they're, a bunch of braggarts and cowards and totally unpleasant people. But anyway, there's a guy out there who follows Railtown, but he also follows other stocks. And I just thought I'd give him a little space here on some ideas. There's Patient Pays, Patient Swings. He likes Next Trip, and it's at $3.23. So what he sees is the bounce off the $3 low from tax loss selling, I presume, continues. He thinks Next Trip will go to $5. Company has made reference to January being a big news month. My bet is double digits in Q1. So he thinks that Next Trip could be over $10 in the first quarter. I actually think Railtown could be up over $10, but I'm not sure he'd agree with me on that. I'm not telling you to do these. I'm just giving other ideas. So this was from Friday, another flash sale in the last hour of trading. And all right, we'll see his other post. What happened the last time the stock went on sale at $3 in December? It went north of 4 in 4 trading days. That's the January effect. End of year sale, stock goes big in January 26. So that, if you're looking for something else to trade, I'm not taking credit for it. That's his idea. He I think he wrote this 20 hours ago. I think this was on Wednesday. He entered into these 4 nano micro names last year as long-term hold swing fundamental plays. I don't know what swing means. I have no idea, but I guess it's trading rather than just holding it. So his 4 are Nixie, Next Trip, Railtown, and Energy Vault. He picked Energy Vault. Really worked. Went 1 for 4 so far, as only Energy Vault went big in 25. Nix sold for a loss. Continued to hold confidently hold Next Trip 323 and Railtown 27. Both, in my opinion, are fundamentally better today than when I entered. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Fully expect both to be discovered and significantly higher at year end. All right, so that's the year end this whole year. I'm much more optimistic, but that's fair enough. Hold it for a year. I personally don't think Railtown's even going to make it a year, but there's no magic in my opinion. Fully expect both to be discovered and significantly higher at year end. Delays, not denials. So in other words, things have been delayed at Railtown. I don't know about Next Trip, but they never came out and corrected a story, their story, or changed their story. It in fact got better. My due diligence tells me that both will be exceptional winners in 26. Patience pays. Where is she? I'm still waiting for my check. Best of luck on your picks over the coming year. So that's a pretty good summary, I think. And then he posted Chris LaQuassier. I anticipate Next Trip to squeeze in next 3 weeks, max. So maybe sooner, based on facts I've laid out ad nauseum. This will be far greater percentage than BYND or OPEN. Put a watch when CTB hits 200%. It goes. I don't know. I don't know where to follow the cost to borrow, but you guys might. 200% doesn't seem that high. Huge gift. Literally a generation opportunity to catch a reset evaluation, most likely by squeeze, all based on facts and fundamentals. Next Trip should be trading at $10 today. Let's see where it's trading in 3 weeks after earnings. And he put a big following out there. Anyway, I'm not telling you to move over there. I'm just trying to show some other things. And those guys work hard at keeping you up to date, I think, in an honest way. Justin Babish. How about you make a video titled Microsoft should buy RT? Then when Microsoft people get the video suggested by I could do that. I'd rather wait till there's I'd rather wait till what I see. I don't even know what it is, but I'd rather wait till whatever whatever TELUS or the company has to say about the data center gets released. I'd rather wait till that happens and maybe some buying comes in so that I'm sure that I'm not creating competition for Railtown. In other words, I really think you're hearing ideas here and putting 2 and 2 together that other people who either because they're busy or because they just haven't looked at it yet, don't understand. And so you have a bit of a jump on some, I think, on some ideas here. For example, if Microsoft were to figure out that Railtown is the player, and because of that, TELUS is going to pose a huge threat to Microsoft in Canada, I'd rather that all got locked in before Microsoft had a chance maybe to queer the deal, and with, between TELUS and Railtown. So I like your idea, though. I just will wait. I'll wait on doing it. Oh, I wanted to go over that. What time is it? 6 o'clock? Guess we could save it for a Saturday call or a Monday call. Yeah, I guess we can talk about this. Byron King saying gold ownership has come full circle. Take advantage of the best days ahead. I used to follow his service. He's good. Dino. Olin. Alamis Gold. I love Alamis Gold. The Trump slump. Let's look at Newmont Mining. Jim Rickards bought it at $67. The current price of Newmont Mining is $91.96. They all go to 100. He bought Barrick Gold at 1918. The stock's now 42.23. Hecla Mining he bought at 558. The stock is now $17. Damn. It's all sitting there. Just no money to buy. Here's an interesting one. The PIMCO 25 plus year zero coupon ETF, he paid $81 for it. It's now $67. So he's down, but he got dividends. He did get dividends. But anyway, it's down. That might be an interesting one to buy. Apache, that's down. Good. I like when they're down. The iShares 3-year treasury, now it's flat, basically. All right. Okay, everybody, I guess I'll sign off. Ward Richardson, 2027, Railtown, moving forward from here on out. I agree, Ward, and I think all this negativity will probably go away as it goes up. It's a changing technology environment. It is a revolution, I suppose. Who's going to win? I don't know. But there's a dynamic where each of the big players wants to buy out the best technologies so the others don't get it. And when they do that, they're going to buy a lot of things that don't work, that don't survive. But you'll never hear about it. They're not going to come out and tell you, oh, we bought ICQ and we lost 400 million. They'll tell you about the ones that worked. But my point is, the money is going to be there to buy things, and I think Railtown is going to be bought out. I don't think it's going to be a year. I think it's going to be. Look, I just read to you one guy's opinion. Wait a year. Tony says wait 2 years. Whatever. But I think if it is an arms race, if it is a revolution in technology, so much so that nobody really knows what's going to be the standard. And Railtown comes out in January or February or March and becomes, or could become, the de facto standard to place in front of data centers which are being upgraded to AI. Whew. Your buyers, to me, it's Microsoft, but your buyers could be Amazon, Facebook, Google. Well, I don't know about Google. They already have one. But if they're trying to keep Microsoft from getting one, it's pretty exciting. So I think it is Railtown from here on out. And before I sign off, I want to delete that one person. I thought I had already done it. Good, they're gone. I think they're gone. Maybe everybody's gone. All right, I'm going to sign out. Long day. Appreciate it. Happy New Year to everybody. And we'll see. I may or may not come on over the weekend. I'll just play it by ear. But I appreciate it, and we'll see you in the new year. Oh, we already are.